Good afternoon, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property and create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment will file a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request card for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When a committee does not require a presentation, applicants are advised to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent or applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you're reaching your 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to matters outlined in the application. The agent or applicant will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, before we get into our afternoon session, I should ask, are there any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for this time slot? Okay, I see none. I will ask our Deputy Secretary Treasurer if there's any files to be closed or any other housekeeping matters to deal with.
No files to be closed, Mr. Chair. I just didn't know if you want to deal with the deferrals first or item number 13.
Yes, thank you. Let's deal with the deferrals that we have. So we're going to, just for a moment, jump to item number 13, 62 Saddle Ridge Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with an integral garage. We have one variance for lot coverage. On file, I have material from the applicant, an email from Metrolinx, a staff report from Community Planning requesting modifications, and a memo from Urban Forestry. Do we have the agent with us?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sahil Samnani from 5 Concord Place, North York, Ontario, M3C3M8. I'm the applicant for this project. We have one variance item of lot coverage. We proposed lot coverage of 34.7% and later agreed to revise it to 33.9% after having discussion with the city staff.
Is my understanding, are you requesting a deferral?
Yes.
This is item 13.
13, yes. Sorry, we're not asking for deferral on 13.
No, this was the one that was the public. Sorry, our agenda said 10.
Right.
The public notice went out at 2, so we're honoring the 2 o'clock time frame
Okay,
for this item. So this is item number 13.
fair enough.
Yeah,
So there's no deferral on this. Typically, we deal with the deferrals first. Let's get this one out of the way, and then we'll jump to the deferrals. Just seeing as we've already introduced the item, and we only have one speaker to this. Okay, so I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation on this item. I'm seeing no. Okay, so I'll go back to the agent. Sorry, sir, just to confirm, based on the report that I see from Community Planning, are you in agreement then to modify the lot coverage?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, and can you let us know what that will be reduced to?
To 33.9%.
Okay, so we'll have, that's variance 1, 33.9%. Okay, seeing as that my colleagues don't have any questions and don't require a presentation, it looks like we're able to take this matter into committee for a decision. If there's anything you'd like to say, now's the time.
No, we basically have only one variance item, which was the lot coverage. Earlier, we proposed 34.7, but after having discussion with the city staff, we reduced it to 33.9.
Okay, very good. No questions. All right, let's take this matter into committee.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if my colleagues don't have any comments, I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended, variance number 1, change to 33.90%, and subject to the condition of the forestry, number 3. Yes, I think the application meets the 4 test. This is my motion.
Okay, very good. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Kaboo, all in favor? That's unanimous. The motion carries. Application as amended is approved with condition. Urban Forestry. All right, let's deal with the deferrals now.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have our first item on the afternoon slot requesting a deferral. Number
Thank you.
19?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's item number 19, 331 Maplehurst. The applicant is requesting a deferral.
All right. Just a moment here. Just switching over to my afternoon file here. Okay, 331 Maplehurst Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a second-story addition and two-story addition to the front of the existing dwelling in conjunction with other interior and exterior alterations. We have a number of variances before us, including the front stair width, lot coverage, front yard landscaping, front yard soft landscaping, building length, building depth, west platform encroachment into a side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file, I've got material from the applicant and a report from community planning. Do we have the agent with us?
Hello, my name is Austin Emino of 82 Formosa Drive in Richmond Hill, and I'm the agent for 331 Maplehurst Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Just give us, and the reason for your deferral request, sir?
Yes, so we'd like to request a deferral of our hearing so that we have time to work with city planning staff to try to address their comments and make improvements to the variances that we're requesting. We have been in touch with city planning staff already, but we just need a bit more time to revise our drawings, get an updated zoning notice, and then come back to a committee hearing. So we're hoping our deferral request would be approved so we have time to do that.
Okay, very good. Any questions at this time? No questions. Let's take this matter into, actually, before I do that, just want to ensure that we don't have any other speakers on this item. Just give me a moment here. No, no other speakers. Okay, let's take this matter into committee for a decision.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to defer this application. I don't think any of my colleagues have any comments, right? Okay, so that this gives the applicant time and opportunity to address the community planning staff concerns.
Okay, very good. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? That's unanimous. Motion carries. Application is deferred. Okay, next item
Thank you.
on our deferral list. That's it. All right, great. Seeing as that we have already dealt with item number 13, we can move on to item number 14. 38 Heathview Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct additions to the front and rear of the existing dwelling. Please note this application was previously deferred on July 4th of 2024. We've got some variances, including building height, side main wall height, front yard setback, north and south side yard setbacks, lot coverage, building length, building depth, and setback from a shoreline hazard limit or stable top of bank. On file, I've got material from the applicant, as well as a memo from Urban Forestry, memo from Ravine Natural Forestry Protection, an email from Community Planning, as well as letters of objection from 36 and 37 Heathview Avenue. You have the agent with us?
Yes, I'm present here, Peter Del Grosso.
Sir, could you just speak into the mic?
Yep.
Hello?
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
It's a little faint. Could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Sure. This is as close as I can get. So, can you hear me better?
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. That's better.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Your name and address,
Okay.
sir?
So, yes, Peter Del Grosso at 4370 Steeles Avenue West, Suite 203. That's in Vaughan. Yes. So we deferred our July 4th application. We went back to planning and we did revise the drawings. So item number 1 regarding the building height, that's been removed. We comply now with the building height. Item number 2, we comply with, that's also been removed. We comply with the front yard setback.
Hold on. Did you
sorry.
say item number 2? It looks
I'm
like
sorry, on item number 2 is the building height.
right. And is that
Yes,
changing?
that's been reduced now. No, that's been removed because we're below the 7.5 meters.
Okay, and just to confirm, number 1 for the overall building height has also been removed then?
That's also been removed. We are at below the 10-meter height.
Great. So variance number 3.
Number 3 is the front yard setback. Sorry, I got that confused because they're both the same number.
Yep.
So Item number 3 has also been removed because we comply with the 7.6 meter front yard setback.
Okay. Any other changes?
Coverage has been removed at number 6 from 90% to 29.3%.
Okay, very good.
We also removed item number 9. The stair was already reduced to a 2 meter, so that has been removed.
Okay, very good.
We also, yeah, so now what we've done for the building length and building depth, that's based on the existing building that we have, with a minor addition to a section on the rear that it's just part of the design that they need for their family, just to give them a little bit more room and space for their family to live in. The side yard setbacks, that is based on the existing dwelling that is there right now. So that is the existing setbacks. That's why we are reducing to match the existing setbacks.
Okay, very good.
So we've gone through all the planning, and planning has accepted all our revisions, as you can see from our from the letter that we received from planning.
Okay, very good. Any questions at this time? For sure. Mr. Vizela.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to get a confirmation. So with all the revision that you have made, means that we have you're requesting only for 4 variants. Variance number 4, variance number 5, 7, and 8, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Those variances are based on existing building.
Okay, very good. Okay. Let's get, we do have another speaker I'd like to hear from. I believe we have a neighbor online. In person. Oh. Welcome. Yeah, just turn on the mic in front of you.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My name is John Petrosoniak, for the record. I'm a neighbor at 36 Heathview. My spouse, Mary Jane Dundas, is here as well. We have a few concerns we want to raise with you. One of the issues is actually, and I know you don't take preliminary objections, but as a lawyer you might appreciate this, but I will get to that in a second. We're concerned with 3 issues: privacy and shading due to the height of the house and the depth of the house. The water runoff due to property being higher than ours and proposed larger house footprint. The rear patio, side walkway, all increasing the hardscape on our property. And the precedent that extending the house significantly to the ravine will set for other houses that may be built in the area. And I'll get to that. I know that the proposal is for it to be on the same footprint, but in fact it's not on the same footprint. In any event, just let me start with quite frankly, the dishonesty of the applicants are perpetrating on the committee, and that is that they declared that they provided public notice in accordance with the Municipal Act by posting the required signage on an abutment not far from the road. In fact, what the applicant did was take a picture of it there, posted it, and then put it on the house where it's not seen. I've taken pictures this past week, but apparently they wouldn't be accepted. I've got them with me now. But actually from an earlier presentation or submission that I made on June the 28th of 2024, exactly the same thing happened. They took a picture of it in a slightly different spot close to the road. And if you right there, that's exactly what it looks like right now. If you can see the sign, it's way back. It's right on the front door. It's barely visible, certainly not visible from the street. In any event,
We're talking about
substantively, I do want to get to the substance of the issues. I'll leave that with you in terms of whether proper notice was provided with in accordance with the Planning Act. Referring to this particular submission, I've got pictures at the back. So referring to pictures A, B, and E found at pages 6, 7, and 10. Once again, the application is misleading to this committee, and the southwest corner of 38 Heathview does not protrude as far back into the ravine as the plans show. In fact, there's a significant cutout, and as the house, as there it is there, you can see that the wall is off to the right. On the north side of the house, it is that deep, but they're showing it as that far wall extending all the way over, and the wall right there, actually, if you go to one of the other pictures, it shows there, that's, keep going. Keep going. Actually, that one does show the overhang. It's the built-on area. There it is there. You can see the post just in the back and the overhang of the house. So the end of the brick building is actually at the gate. And if you look at the plans, that's as far as the building goes. Therefore, the extension into the ravine is at least 2.5 meters farther than the proponent is proposing. Extending the house by 2 stories above the current portion of the house that's supported on a post will also increase the shading. And as I said, the measurements on the first page of the plans showing the top of the stable slope of the existing house are wrong, as the distance currently is at least 2.5 meters farther away than it's shown. I should say this particular house is one of the 2 largest homes in the street as originally built, and now they're proposing it to be even bigger. We have no particular objection to the fact that the house will be made a 2-story home, as that's allowed. And I understand that they want to cover as much of build as big a house as possible, but by adding a deck on the back, adding more hardscape behind the house where it's being proposed, it's going to significantly increase on the privacy and enjoyment of our backyard. The issue of shading is also an issue. This house is currently 19 feet longer than ours. When the closed-in portion, it's 26 feet longer than ours. I understand there was a redesign to move the deck to the other side, but the privacy issues remain. My second point is regarding trees. There's currently a row of cedar trees cut out on the mutual boundary, as can be seen in photo C. They do currently provide some level of privacy. There are also some other trees in the back of 38 Heathview, including a large spruce tree near the northwest corner, photo A. There are also trees in the front yard, including a city tree. Yet the applicant submitted the tree declaration that there were absolutely no trees that needed to be reported. It's surprising, but simply is not true. Some of the cedars in the southwest corner of the house are within 1 meter of the building. The large spruce is within a few meters of the northwest corner of the building. I find it hard to believe that these wouldn't be removed during construction.
Final remarks, sir?
Yes, and then the plan for drainage is also an issue going up the side, and that's the last 2 pictures. So the applications for minor variances are to be consistent with the tenor of the neighborhood. They are to be minor. Being so close to the ravine and extending the length of the house by 5 meters over that allowed is not minor. In this case, the request is to vary the lot coverage greater than permitted, although admittedly fairly small, and to extend the house significantly towards the ravine is not minor. Pushing the house out to the back, along with the extended rear deck and no provision for trees or fencing or other drainage issues, is a concern.
Okay. I have a question just with respect to a comment you made regarding the rear main wall, a location of where the actual rear main wall is of the house. Are you putting forth that that photo there?
Yeah.
So that corner, where is that on the site plan, and is there not structure beyond that?
No. They're showing it as if it exists back to that post way in the back. That post supports a previously built, it was originally, that cutout had a deck on the back of the house. Over time, it was closed in, so it became part of the house. Now they're purporting to build the brick wall straight out to the back, 2.5 meters, and across about half the width of the house. It's only the other half of the house, which is farther away from the stable slope, top of stable slope. This top of stable slope comes very, very close to this. It's that 2-point-some meters. Currently, if you measure to where that gate is, it would actually be closer to about 5 meters. And that would be, and quite frankly, there's also a lot of fill in the back of this property. There's a pool back there. it's at least 4 feet higher than our property. So any hardscaping, any work that's going to be done, the water is going to flow in our direction.
Okay. Let's pull up the site plan. Can you point out that corner for me on the site plan?
Yes, it's the bottom right corner of the house. So that, they're showing that as the existing house. That existing house has a huge cutout underneath it. The roof comes over that area, but it's not where the brick wall goes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's
Mr.
go.
Chair,
Yes,
just one question, sir.
of course.
So you said as a preliminary issue that you were not properly, you did not receive a proper notice.
That's a public notice. That should be an issue for the committee. It shouldn't be for me to bring it up, but obviously nobody goes out to check these things, and you rely on the veracity of the proponents who submit affidavits to this effect. That affidavit, quite frankly, is false.
And were there any step taken by applicant to speak with you, or did you try take any step to speak with them?
I've never seen them. I've never spoken. No one's ever contacted me about this at any time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to the agent. The first matter I'd like to address is one concerning the notice. I do recognize that the neighbor did show a photo in which the notice perhaps is not visible from the photo. I just want to go back and perhaps get a little bit of clarification of the agent on this matter.
Yeah, well, the notice was posted and it's been up. So I don't know what, like, I don't know those pictures when they were taken. Like, I could take a picture and just put any date on there. So I don't know. Do you have an actual picture on the date
Well,
on the camera
do you-
that has that picture?
Do you have a
No, I'm
photo
not
of the
sure.
sign posting?
With the date on it?
Sure. I mean, I trust that the photo you're submitting is taken in that period in which the sign needed to be up. I also recognize that while sometimes a notice may not be visible from one part of the street or sidewalk, it may be visible from others, and in that you do recognize that there is some landscaping and whatnot. But what I'm trying to determine if the notice, the visibility of the notice is one that is at least reasonably visible from the street. It may not be visible from all angles, but I just want to ensure that there is be able to attest to some visibility of it.
Yeah, because the image, the picture that they're showing, that's from June 25th. We just reposted a new sign.
Okay. I can't have you.
This
at
is
time.
a guy's lying, quite frankly. He's
Okay,
lying.
but we may have questions, but
Oh,
I can't have you interject like that. Okay. Do we have, staff, did we get a photo of the sign posted?
We do, Mr. Chair, we
pull
can
that,
put it up.
please? I would also just, I'm going to ask the applicant, one of the residents suggested that the sign that was put up and a photo was taken and then the sign was moved. Perhaps you could speak to that. And I may have questions.
That I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about that one.
Okay.
I can't reply to that 'cause I don't know.
Let's pull up
I know
the
that I
photo of
told
the
them to
sign.
keep the sign, yeah.
Do we have that? Oh, we do have, okay. No problem. Okay, I'm going to ask the agent, is the sign that's taken in the photo, is that where the sign is currently posted right now? Or did it move?
Yes. As far as I know, that's where it's supposed to be. I don't know if the last couple of days with the wind blowing, I don't know if that blew away or moved. I'm not 100% sure. I can't answer that.
Okay,
But I know that sign was there.
okay, I'm gonna ask, I believe we have the resident here. I'm gonna ask if there's any, it seems like it's put forth that the sign is not placed there. It's actually once it was placed there, the photo was taken. It may have been relocated to another part of the house. I just want to confirm that information. Sir, now I'm gonna ask you, is that where the sign is posted today?
Nope, never seen it there. We've been at in the last 10 days. The sign has been on the house, on the front door of the house. It is taped on there, but it's behind all those bushes and those trees that you see there.
Okay, all right.
And that's where it's always been. It's never-
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna go back, thank you. Well, I'm gonna ask my colleagues, with respect to the, posting. So it appears that the sign was posted, a photo was taken, and then perhaps the sign was moved, to the front door. The question that I have is whether or not, while I can see that the front door from that photo is not visible, the question that I have is whether or not it's reasonably visible from other parts of the sidewalk or the street, or it surpasses that threshold in which it is not very visible, in which case I might be forced to suggest the application is deferred in order to meet the requirement to posting, but.
Mr. Chair, just if you, as a point of clarity, if you would like, the declaration does stipulate that the sign needs to be visible from the street
Right.
for a period of no less than 10 days.
Yeah, that's the question I have, whether or not, while I can see that it's not visible from that part of the street, I may ask if, you took 6 steps over in front of the driveway and you were facing an angle to the front door, if maybe there, the sign might be visible.
That is the difficulty,
Yeah,
but I will also note that the representative is responsible if they are the authorized agent to answer that question.
okay,
If they can't, with certainty, it is up to the committee to determine likely that notice was not given at this time.
okay. I'm gonna go back to the agent. I'm gonna ask a question with respect to the notice. Do you have any evidence or any photo of the sign posted at the front door with a photograph of that front door visible from the street?
No, I don't. That's the only pictures I have are the one that's at the front of where it's located now.
Okay.
That
thank
you have the same picture.
Yep, very good. Okay. Mr. Kaboo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Agent, I would just like to find out, so if, as it seems to be the case here, there was no proper notice, what steps has your client taken to speak with the neighboring or the people around the place?
Did you hear the question?
To go talk to the neighbors, we comply with everything, with all the zoning except for side yards, but that's based on the existing building. And the building length, again, that's based on the existing
Sir,
building.
excuse me, we are not in the substance at this point, really, about the communication and notice, so we may get to that later, but I just wanted to see how your client interacted with the neighbors in this process.
I don't know because they don't live there. They've rented the building and now they want to move into this. They want to renovate and move into this building.
So if
So they don't communicate it with the neighbors. No.
So there was no contact between your client and any neighbors.
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, thank you.
The sign should still be visible. Okay. I think we're going to move into committee at this time. I'm just going to provide some comments. I really don't like deferring, I should say, without good reason. Unfortunately, I don't have any evidence to suggest that the sign was posted in a publicly visible spot from the street, because it appears, and my understanding is that the sign was moved. I would just say to this applicant and any other applicants, when you are signing that affidavit and you're posting your sign and you're taking a photo of it from staff, you need to take a photo of the sign where it's actually posted. You can't move the sign closer to the street, take the photo, and then move the sign, because then the question becomes whether or not, to the new location that you've moved the sign, whether or not that location is visible. And given that the applicant doesn't have any photographic evidence to show the sign in the posted location and prove to us that it's visible from the street, I feel at least that, this is a matter that has to unfortunately be deferred so that the sign can be posted and this can be done properly. I don't know if my colleagues have any comments, but that's my feeling on the matter.
Mr. Chair, based on the interaction we've had with the agent and then the testimony from the gentleman, I'm quite certain that there was no proper notice provided.
Okay.
So I'll maybe move forward to make a motion for us to defer this matter, to give the applicant enough time to post the notice, and then maybe have a meaningful conversation with the neighboring.
Okay. We have then a motion on the floor for a deferral in order to go through the motions to ensure that the sign is posted properly, and then also allow the applicant opportunity to speak with the neighbor. Do I have a second for the motion? Okay, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion carries. The application is deferred. All right. Item number 15, 66 MURELLEN Crescent. This is an application to construct a new garden suite. The existing single-attached dwelling is to remain as is. This application was deferred from the August 1st, 2021 hearing. We've got some variances, including rear yard setback, some variances for angular planes, floor area, and canopy encroachment, and all of these are related to garden suites. On file, we've got material from the applicant, an email from community planning, as well as letters of objection from 27, 42, 51, 52, 56, 59, 60, 61, 62, 64, 67, 68, 70, 71, 72, 74, 76, 84, 94, 96, 98, and 100 MURELLEN Crescent. Do we have the agent with us? In person. Welcome. Please come down to the podium, make sure the mic's on, and state your name and address for us.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Sansolet, the architect and agent for this proposal, this application. 212 Fern Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M6R 1K4 is my address.
Okay, let's get the clock up. I'm going to give you the floor. 5 minutes is yours.
Awesome. Good afternoon, committee. This application was deferred. We went from 12 variances to 4 after working with the planner. The goal of our presence here for approvals is threefold. One is to recognize the unique feature of 66 MURELLEN, which is primarily that it backs onto a road. It does not back onto a lane. It also does not back onto residences, as is typical for a garden suite. Secondly, to construct a garden suite with long-term vision, to do it right, high-quality space, and a high-quality long-term use. Thirdly, we want to keep the variances minor. I won't address why we went back because I will run out of time, but I will address the 3 main variances. The rear yard setback for a garden suite is required as 1.5. We are proposing 1.22, which would align with an existing easement on the property. The reason we feel this is appropriate is primarily because there are no residences behind. A garden suite has the intention that there's all these buildings around you. We don't have that. We have a road, and it is meant to protect the neighbors behind from having a huge wall behind them. It is worth noting that the laneway suite, which would have a lane and not a home, is permitted a 1 meter. We exceed that. We're at 1.22. In addition, speaking specifically then to the site, this site has a slope at the back. It rises up about 2 feet in the last, 2, 3, 4 feet. In this, right against the fence and right against the rear property, both neighbors have trees on either side. And it, as I mentioned, backs onto a street. This is not a high-use, popular area for backyard use. And this is where we're asking for 1 foot back here against the fence, against an area that it's not popular. And again, we don't have houses behind us. I feel this is a small ask, and it does make these garden suites tend to be quite small in space, and they're expensive. And so we feel asking for a foot is not unreasonable to give more area to the usability of the space. The second one I'd like to address is the lot coverage. So the extra we're asking for is 1.7 meters. This is essentially that foot. So the extra we're asking for is again at the back of the property between the rear lot line and the garden. It's outside of the usable area. It is essentially unperceivable by the neighbors and certainly not an issue for anyone behind. I will finally speak to the 45-degree angle, which is, I think, the other big one in this case. So garden suite requires 45-degree angle on the sides. It starts at about 4 meters up and goes 45. A laneway suite does not have this requirement, and we are proposing to not have this cut back. It really did start in my conversation with a planner who said that I'm not worried about this one. And we know, and again, the reasoning is it is intended to protect all the neighbors around you, all the houses, from having a house in your backyard, right? We don't have neighbors in our backyard. So the planner said that he wasn't worried, and he has given a letter to say that he's fine with the variances we propose. But more importantly, I did attempt due diligence. There's no intent to be overbearing here. So our garden suite is 2 feet lower than we are permitted in height. And we've done this by, as I mentioned, there's this sort of slope at the back that goes up 2 feet. We've kept the ground floor at the backyard level. It's like a walkout. There's a step down 4 inches. So we were able to keep our building 2 feet lower than what we are permitted. In addition, we meet the side yard setback. And so the 45-degree we're looking to cut off sort of takes off the top 4 feet of the house. Not a huge ask, but it makes a big impact in these little buildings when, the 2 bedrooms upstairs have, anyone who's lived in a Victorian or been in older houses, it's just unusable space. It's where you can put furniture, but you actually can't stand there. So from a usability, from a long-term proposal, I felt it was important to pursue the 45 request. And again, the planner agreed. Better design, better construction. Building that weird type of roof is actually quite hard to do, or not a good long-term. So I've got time. So just in conclusion, clearly people love their neighborhood. We have 22 neighbors coming to give their objection. The idea is to bring new families. Garden suites are intended to densify, and that's what the bylaw was there for. We met the planner's issues, and I hope the committee agrees with our variance requests.
Thank you. Some questions about the angular planes. If I could just ask staff to pull up drawing A4 and A5. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there is an inclusion of an angular plane in this case, and it's on one side of the building, is my understanding?
The 45 that faces the existing house has been included, so we've included that, which we are required to.
Okay.
It's on the sides that we've not included.
Okay, and typically you'd be permitted to include it at the rear, but the planning rationale suggests that because it isn't adjacent to another backyard, it's a major road, and therefore perhaps the impact is less than
the
at
zoning
the rear.
bylaw clears you when you have a road behind you. There was no requirement.
Oh, there was no requirement.
That's right.
Okay, so the variance is specific to the angular planes on the side. Now, with respect to the angular plane on the facade that's facing the primary dwelling, is there any encroachment of the angular plane there, or that it comes into the
We've met it, and if you go to this section, you can see kind of what we did. We put a little balcony there.
I see that, yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but we're just going to work with it. Again, the intent is not, and it was in speaking with the planner who said, side ones are okay. And again, it's always with the intent that from a backyard, if I was looking at this from my backyard, it gets bigger when you make a square. We don't have neighbors from the backyard, so he said.
Yeah, well, my colleagues can attest. I'm a stickler for angular planes. I
Ooh.
certainly understand the purpose and intent, but I also can recognize where they may not be needed.
And just again, laneway suites don't have them. So if this was a lane backing onto a lane, it does not have the side yard.
It does not.
It does not.
I understand.
And so that was, we always looked at both sort of in conjunction, because we're not a laneway suite, but we kind of are.
Well, laneway's different in a sense that when you have adjacent properties that back onto the laneway, they typically have a garage too. Whereas with a garden suite, sometimes there is a garage back there, access via right of way or some portion from the front, but in a lot of cases, it's just backyard. So the impact.
So that's super interesting, because I do
Right.
address that in my letter. There are a lot of garages along that fit back onto
that
Carnforth.
are already there.
Definitely 7 have driveways, and I know that because that was what we tried to
Yeah.
get the first time, and we got it shut down, so we got rid of it. But it is popular with garages, which you can see.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I do recognize there are some accessory structures at the rear and some of the adjacent properties. Any questions for my colleagues at this time? Because we do have some other people that would like to speak to this matter. Sure? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we have, I believe, 2 other speakers. Is anybody here in the gallery? No. Online? No, here. Yes, there are. Oh, we do. Please come on down. State your name and address for us. Make sure the mic's on as well.
Michael Prout, 64 Murellen.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the application of 66 Murellen Crescent requested variances by the zoning bylaws for a garden suite. I'm here representing myself, my husband, and my in-laws that live in 64 Murellen. Firstly, regarding the requested variances to the zoning bylaws, I have concerns regarding the request to reduce the rear yard setback to penetrate the angular plane and to build larger than allowed square meters, item 3. Firstly, reducing the rear setback, items 1 and 4, I oppose approval of these variances. Item 1, the rear setback, and 4, canopy encroaching on a rear setback, allows the structure to be larger than the City of Toronto allows, which will increase the hard surface area, the concrete on the lot. Reduces the green surface area to absorb rainwater and will increase water drainage to my property to the south. We are actually downhill from 66 Murellen. Secondly, penetrating the angular plane of the building, I oppose approval of this variance. The request for the garden suite to penetrate the angular planes, item 2, will allow the building higher than our home, as it is a bungalow. I do not agree with this allowance as it adds size to the building and is outside the city's bylaws. It would allow for a larger second floor with more bedrooms in a garden suite if allowed to proceed. Currently, 66 Murellen rents out the house both upstairs and downstairs. This greatly increases the living density on the property and will affect the neighbors' privacy, neighborhood parking, and noise levels. This will change the feel and comfort of our backyard and neighborhood. Our semi-detached lot is one of the smallest in the neighborhood, and it already is dense as we share a wall of the house with a neighbor to the north, as well as a driveway to our neighbor to the south. We already live in a very dense area. Thirdly, increasing the square meters of the main building. I oppose approval of this variance. I do not agree with allowance item 3 to increase the total floor area of the building outside of the 60 square meters, as this builds a structure as large as the main dwelling unit. This variance would allow 2 houses on one lot. This second house would cover a large amount of the backyard's green space that absorbs rain. In the plans, the second house will be built higher than my property level, as our rear property has a hill up to the sidewalk area. We have 3 steps that we go up to use the exit on Carnforth. My property will be at a lower level than 66 Murellen Crescent and will allow water to flow and pool. The proposal will allow little green space, which is important for the community, and will block neighboring trees, plants, and neighbors' gardens. There will be little, if any, room for bushes, trees, and plants which improve air quality. I'd like to refer to the building plans for the garden suite. The proposed plan for garden suite has identified 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 1 den, a kitchen, and a living area. Regarding the den, the Ontario Building Code 9571 area of the bedrooms states that bedrooms in dwelling units shall have an area not less than 7 meters where built-in cabinets are not provided. Under this bylaw, or under this building code, it would be legal to use the den as a bedroom, potentially allowing the garden suite to be a 3-bedroom house. February 2nd, 2022, Toronto City adopted the Garden Suite Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, referring to the Garden Suites Plan Amendment 1A. For the purpose of the site and area-specific policy, a garden suite is defined as a self-contained residential unit, subordinate to the primary dwelling. In this amendment to the official garden suites in neighborhoods, it states that they will ensure that the interior floor area of the garden suite is less than the gross area of the residential building of the lot. If you look at the plans, the garden suite would be about 61 square meters, and if you double that with the second floor, you're looking at about 123 square meters. In our residence 64 Mellon, which mimics the floor plan of 66 Mellon, we have 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, kitchen, and a living area. The proposed garden suite is not subordinate or less than the main residence bungalow, as it has 3 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms with the potential for a 3rd bedroom. When we purchased our house in Toronto, we learned a lot about the real estate market. We understand that if 66 Maryland was put on the market with a proposed garden suite, the garden suite would list the same number of bedrooms, more bathrooms, and similar square foot as the main dwelling. I oppose the variances proposed on the garden suite at 66 Maryland, as it would be subordinate or less than the main dwelling residence, and in many ways it would be better in living quality. In summary, I support development of garden suites under the current Toronto bylaws to allow proper setback, size, and height to accommodate good community density, privacy, drainage, and green space. I do not support the variance in the submission to build a second house of this magnitude in the neighborhood. I have concerns about the variance that would allow an additional large building on one of the smallest lots in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. Question for you. In looking at the 4 variances, I'll just jump to, I heard that you have some concern with the overall size and the impact that the size may have. The as of right is 60 square meters. They're asking 61.71 square meters, a difference of, roughly 17, 18 square feet, probably the size of a closet. Are you saying that, if the applicant were to come in line with the bylaw, so the 60 square meters, some of the other aspects, which I'll ask you about, that you think it would fit, or is there anything particular that you think is sort of above and beyond what the bylaw?
Well, I just think it's going to be larger than our main house. Like, we have our main floor, we have 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and it's going to be another house in the backyard, which is quite significant. And with adding that amount of space into their backyard, that's really doubling the density of that property, and that property doesn't have very much green space to begin with.
Yeah.
We've been at the property for 10 years. We were very happy. We've lived in condos and apartments until I was 42. We were able to afford a house in Toronto, and we have a backyard. We're so excited about that. And then to actually have, kind of going back to having such a density to our north, I am concerned about water drainage too, as we are south of there. You have a big concrete building.
Yeah, I mean, I hear your concern. I mean, there are provisions for dealing with things like landscaping in the rear yard. That variance doesn't come up. There's also one with respect to setback, 7.5 meters from the main dwelling. They're right in line with that. So I recognize they're sort of right up against, in a lot of cases, they're right up against what the bylaw permits. And with respect to the variances, they are asking for more. It's a little more, not to say that's the aspect of it is desirable, but it sort of begs the question when something that's being proposed is already so close to what the bylaw permits that, what specifically about it is sort of making it kind of surpass that, to which point it becomes too much, right?
Yeah. So
I don't know if there's anything specific in the variances that you can pick out. I know we talked about the size, the actual size, the 1.71 square meters. Is there anything else in the variances in particular Because I do understand the planning rationale with respect to the rear yard. I mean, you're not backing onto another house.
When
so
you
it's
think of a
hard to-
garden suite and how it's defined, you think of it as, you know, like building a suite in the backyard for parents or children, you know, 1 bedroom, you know, a suite, you know, it's called a suite, a garden suite.
Yeah,
not
but
a
it's
not a
limited by
house.
size typically, right? Like it's not, there's no variance for the number of bathrooms or what's inside of it. I mean, mostly
know,
concerned with
but-
regulate the massing as perceived from your property, right?
We're looking at like tripling the amount of people we live next door to too, which adds noise, the garbage, you know, where are they going to park?
For sure.
You
All
know.
considerations.
You know, and we don't have parking on our street because of the plows in the winter, right?
Yeah.
So it just is such a large space, and it's a lot to see. You know, we love our backyard, and a little Toronto backyard, and you know, to have a wall to the north. You know, I'd rather see trees. I'd rather see, you know, if it was within the boundaries of the bylaws that have been placed by Toronto, then that's fine. That's what you've agreed to. That's what Toronto has, you know, debated, and you put these rules in place for a reason, so that you can maintain that neighborhood feel. And I feel that this is a quite large house, second house on a small property. We're only 30 feet wide.
Fair enough.
You know, we're not a large lot.
Okay.
That's why they're asking for the adjustments, is because it would be very hard to build, you know, something of that magnitude on such a small square footage.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this time. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have another speaker? Number 68, MURELLEN Crescent. No? Online?
Sorry, my daughter is online.
She's online with us. Okay, let's have her. Now, I should say there's only one speaker permitted per household. If she'd like to speak online, she's more than welcome to. I might add to the individual while we're getting them online. I'm assuming she can hear us. Please just kind of restrict any comments to things that weren't already raised by the previous individual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your name and address for the record?
My name is Eden Yang, and I live at 68 MURELLEN. Because I'm a neighbor to 66 MURELLEN, and although the revised plan shows some improvements, I feel like it still fails to address a lot of the key concerns that a lot of the residents in the neighborhood had regarding the first application, and some serious issues regarding privacy, obviously the size again, the loss of natural light and green spaces, particularly in our backyard, and just again the drainage of rainwater, snow melt, and also road safety. So one of the biggest issues with the new design is that they've added the upstairs. I do have pictures showing a view out of 2 bedrooms in my house and my upstairs floor.
Okay.
They should be in that document.
Staff, can we pull up the floor plan, specifically the second floor?
There's pictures that took out of the 2 bedrooms. They're in that plan. Presentation that I sent as an email. It includes the objection letters and everything. So that's the view out of 2 bedrooms in the house on the upstairs floor. So I've circled in red approximately where the garden suite is going. If they build that deck, view of our own backyard deck into the windows of our bedrooms, as well as the kitchen and one of our living rooms, And that's especially concerning to me for the bedrooms because in the private spaces, people are changing in there, they're sleeping in there, and the proposed deck is going to be built on the same height, pretty much facing these bedrooms. So this is a pretty significant level of invasion of privacy. And it shouldn't be allowed just for the construction of this tiny deck on what is seeming to be a rental property. And of course, the height as well of this rental. Much of the light, as you can see in those photos as well, is going to be blocked the garden suite. So the requested variances in 45-degree plane penetration in this because the angle of that building, if the variance is granted, is only going to jet out much more into the path of the sun and block sunlight. A lot of the sunlight from our backyard, the sunlight that hits the windows in our bedrooms, our living rooms, our kitchen, comes from where that garden suite is going to go. So it's a lot of shading that's going to happen. And as well, the large size of the suite also that a lot of the green space in the backyard is going to be gone. I know the previous neighbor already spoke on this. A lot of green space is going to be gone. They're replacing it with concrete, stone walkways. That's a lot of drainage, not on their property, but pouring of water onto adjacent properties. And again, the suite is out of place in our neighborhood. It's really incompatible. We can reasonably fit, and it also makes our adjacent properties patient. And I also see the applicant issue with placing a parking spot exiting onto Carnsworth Road. Their tenant is probably going to come. Toronto is really hard to get around efficiently without one. So where are they going to park? They're going to park either on the road or the side of MURELLEN. Both of those streets can be quite busy, which doesn't have a sidewalk. And it's really busy with elementary school children and their parents who are constantly walking to and school. Children and teens, they're constantly on that road. They're playing tag, they're playing soccer. It's a safe space for a lot of the residents to spend their time. Having a tenant parked permanently on this street with no sidewalk is going to exacerbate any safety issues in regards to visibility and traffic. I know plenty of residents already have a hard enough time backing out of their driveways when there's cars along the street because it reduces the visibility of our street so much because it's so narrow. This is just for that the suite construction is overcrowding and overdevelopment of the property, and it shouldn't be carried out on such an incompatible property. Moving on as well, our neighborhood has had a lot of car thefts and break-ins. In July of this year, actually, the tenants that are currently of 66 MURELLEN Crescent, they had their cars stolen, despite it being blocked into the driveway by another car. If that new tenant moves, they'll be first forced to park permanently on the street, and that provides even less of a deterrent, and it makes it an easy target of crime, and it also acts as an attractant for random crime to happen both to the tenant and to the neighbors as well. This is a really big because this year we had things like residents getting their car stolen, broken into. One household has had their car doused in gasoline and set on fire in the middle of the night. And last year, someone was threatened by a knife-carrying individual inspecting cars at
final words.
Facing the likelihood. And yeah, the applicant just shouldn't need to jigsaw property if the property is actually going to be a suitable place to build a rental building. Obviously, expanding Toronto is important, but it can't be done in a way that or affects other residents so negatively that the entire neighborhood is objecting.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay. All right. Let's have the agent back.
Mr. Chair, can I just, there's a number of people sitting in the stands there. I just want to be sure, if you wouldn't mind checking, if there's any other speakers present that would like to speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from a different property address here that would like to speak? Of course. Thank you. Okay.
Is this on? I wrote a letter and I sent it in. But
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you just give us your name and address
I'm
for the
sorry.
record?
My name is Helen Frenette. I live at 67 MURELLEN Crescent.
Okay, thank you. And the floor is yours.
I've lived here for 18 years, and I've been a friend, problem solver to many in the neighborhood, and I take an active interest in people, families, and the development and integrity of the neighborhood. My concerns are expressed on behalf of the neighbors. I do walk and speak to a lot of people, so I have a general feeling of how they feel about this. I feel that a 2-unit garden suite at MURELLEN Crescent will set a precedent and may encourage the development of other garden suites along Carnforth, which is a very, very busy street. It is the main ingress and egress of the north part of Victoria Village, as well as a shortcut for traffic, avoiding the intersection of Victoria Park and Lawrence. Carnforth also serves as a TTC bus route and also bus traffic for the French school at the end of Carnforth. Parking on both sides and congestion are often evident, especially during religious celebrations at the Hindu temple. I have no objection to the celebrations, but the traffic is horrendous. Often one hears the racing of motorcycles and cars as they take advantage of the roadway. The north side of Carnforth has several businesses which generate traffic, contributing to the busy nature of the street. We often deal with long lineups to get out onto Lawrence Avenue, and lineups go way back into the subdivision, past Carnforth. Many people have already taken advantage of backing onto Carnforth to build garages or sheds for personal use. But the building of a 2-unit backyard suite suggests rental and income purposes. This would not be desirable and appropriate for the backyards on this very busy street. I recognize that the application has much fewer variances, but there are still some issues concerning the landscaping, grading, drainage of water, stormwater management that have not been addressed. Will the proposed suite be erected on the present level, or will it be elevated? There are potential problems with heavy rains and extreme weather. Much reduced landscape to soak up excess water and snow melt will result in flooding and standing water. The value of adjacent properties may be reduced as number 66 as an income property already supporting 9 people. Higher density will require more hydro, more water, more garbage service. As a resident in MURELLEN, I'm wondering, does that mean more garbage that I have to look at out my window? And may affect the quiet nature of our neighborhood. More people result in more traffic and more demand on resources. Rental properties on MURELLEN already face parking problems. There's not enough space on the driveways for all the cars. And they are parking overnight on the street. Many children and parents from the apartments use MURELLEN to walk to and from school. There are no sidewalks on MURELLEN. So it really affects the safety of their walk and their ride on bikes. The plan for 66 shows a bike shed. If the renters have a car, where will they park? Parking on the street in winter will require snowplows to go around cars and not fully clear the snow, wasting taxpayers' money. The application suggests a 2-unit dwelling, and I'm sorry, I based my letter on what I received in the mail, not what I read on the internet. Squishing a 2-unit suite onto a small semi-detached lot, is not in compliance with the character of this neighborhood. The existing house is rented to people with children. Turning the lot into high-density housing will deprive them of a backyard in which to play and enjoy the outdoors. And in speaking to people in the neighborhood, this has caused a lot of stress to people worrying about this and wondering how it's going to turn out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Kabu.
I hope Miss can be able to answer one question that I have. Ma'am, can you just come back to the mic, please? And the same question will go to the previous presenter. I was just wondering, based on the changes that they've made on the application, do you think there are improvement compared to their improvement to their application at this point?
Sorry, I don't understand.
So based on what the agent for the applicant presented earlier, and all the documents you might have received up to date, do you think they have improved the application from the original one?
Do I think the new application has improved? Is that the question?
Yes.
The first one I disagreed with because it just used up all the space. It bumped right up against both edges. So they've improved on that. I think there hasn't been an improvement because now it could be a 3-bedroom house more than what our homes are. Like, it's a house, we're semi-detached, and this is going to be a 3-bedroom house. So it just seems like it's more in one way, but no, I didn't see it as an improvement. I was disappointed in the second application.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask if anybody else here would like to speak. Should note if there's anybody else that they should be from a address we haven't heard from yet. No? Okay, let's get the agent back. And we'll get the 5 minutes up, give you an opportunity to address some of the things that you heard.
All right, so big picture, the committee I think knows this, perhaps it's something I should address to the neighbors. The goal of this committee is not to determine whether a garden suite is appropriate on this site or not. It is appropriate, we are permitted. That is a city, it's not a committee of adjustment and it is not an owner issue. That is something you should take up with the city if you're against garden suites in general. What we're here for is to determine whether an extra foot on the back significantly disturbs the neighborhood and the intent. And I would argue it's not whether the side 45-degree significantly alters. So just to make some clarifications on things that were brought up and to clarify. So the building is not higher than permitted. It is permitted. We're within the height. It is not bigger than the house because the bylaw addresses that. It has less area inside than the main house because we have to meet that. What was the other one? The balcony is permitted. And I want, the way I look, if you look at the section, what we try to do is make sure that, you know, someone is hanging on the balcony looking over. It's essentially a window in the same way that the houses have windows that look onto the neighbor's yard. The garden suite has a window. The balcony size itself is small. It's out of a master bedroom. So these are not things that were brought up, but I'm just going to clarify so you understand that, you know, the intent was not, well, just to clarify things that you've brought up that are not correct. As far as drainage goes, if we are permitted to get rid of the 45 degrees, I can put a flat roof which drains to Carnforth, which drains to Carnforth. So if I have to put 45s, it does drain to your properties. That's just the way those roofs work. If I can put a flat roof, it does slope to Carnforth, which is the high point and would alleviate you in that sense. Let's see, how much time do I got? 3 minutes. It is not 2 units. That was the first proposal. It does not have a driveway. That was the first proposal. These are things it was interesting. This project started with these ideas, and I said to the owner, I don't know, let's try, right? Like this is not a laneway suite, but I don't know what the city permits. So we started the process. We spoke to planners. I got an email from Ben DeRimo, like who sort of said, this makes sense, like we get it, but it's not until you submit to the committee that someone actually looks at it and gives you the comments. And then we had comments, and then the neighbors had comments. And so based on those, we did significantly reduce it. It is now a single-family dwelling, a single-family suite. What were some of the other ones? I can show you a picture on the sun because, again, no one submitted. The owner did speak to the neighbors, I should say, with our improvements, and specifically the one they're attached to, whose comment was basically, we don't want this. It doesn't matter what you do. And I think that's apparent here. They don't want the garden suite. I'm sorry, but, you know, a garden suite is permitted. That is not the reason we're here. The reason we're here is if we can agree that minor variances, which are a significant, make a difference when you're building these small buildings, just more livable. You know, you have a little bit more, just more usable space. And again, we've taken it to the back where it won't affect people, it won't affect the neighbors behind. And again, the 45-degree just makes construction and water drainage, quite frankly, much more simple. I'm just going to find did I get everyone? Garbage, landscape, you know, these are not part of the zoning. This is part of building department, I'm not sure. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. Just a clarifying question. The as-of-right height on a garden suite versus what you proposed, is there a difference between the two?
Yeah, so we're proposing 5.41. And what is permitted? We're permitted 6 meters. We're at 5.4 meters.
Okay, so you're about 0.6 meters less than the
Yeah,
permitted.
almost 2 feet, yeah.
Okay.
And again, we did that so that 45, right, as you get taller, the 45 becomes more significant. We're at grade. The ground floor is at grade. The house that faces Carnforth is actually below grade. It's 2 feet below, but we've got a high window, so it's all good. You know, as far as backyards and people, like these two houses will now share a backyard, which I think is nice.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much to everybody. Let's take this matter into committee for a decision. Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, unless there's comments from my colleagues? No? Okay. I'm going to put forward a motion then. I'll preface it by saying I understand what the neighbors are saying, but I will point out that many of the arguments are irrelevant to what we're here to discuss, unfortunately. This is permitted as a right in the city. This is really just a question of some technicalities around angles and a little bit of lot area. So despite that fact, some of the other comments, you know, garbage, security, waste, cars being set on fire, whatnot, not necessarily relevant, and they could do this project, albeit with a slightly different design, regardless of any decision we make here today. So, listen, I think it's pretty well considered. They've worked with the city. I think it's modest. I think they're right up against the intent of the bylaw and sticking within it. And the changes that they are asking here for today, I don't think is going to impact the neighborhood or anybody in a significant way, but does have a significant impact on the livability of the proposed unit. And I think to get more of these garden suites in the city, as is the intent, you have to work with them a little bit to get them done. So therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application without condition.
Okay, do I have a seconder? A second by Mr. Kaboo. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Application is approved. All right, let's move on to item number 16, 41 Farrell Avenue. It's an application to construct a new detached dwelling. The application was deferred from the hearing on September 12th of this year. We've got a number of variances before us, including lot coverage and building length, actually just 2. On file, we've got material from the applicant as well as a late report from community planning recommending refusal. Do we have the agent with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Your name and address, please.
And my name is Nafisa Zangiobodi. Address is 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill.
Okay, thank you. Just give us a moment. So, actually, perhaps just to get us started, are you aware of the report from community planning?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to ask for a brief presentation. I'm going to ask if you can speak specifically to that report and address some of the concerns that were raised there.
Sure.
Yeah, let's get that report
Sure.
up. And if you,
If the staff can pull up the presentation.
yeah, if you can just please ensure that you're speaking clearly into the mic.
Okay. Okay, sure. Can I ask the staff to pull up the presentation?
Yeah, just to start, we're going to pull up the staff report first. Just want to make sure, because it did come in late, I want to make sure that everybody is up to date on the latest information. Okay. All right, and we can pull up the agent's file, presentation file.
So we're asking for an increase in coverage and length. First of all, it was deferred because there was a mistake in the zoning notice and the public hearing notice that was sent out. That was fixed this time. But the increase that we're asking for coverage and length, it's only because of a small portion of the basement that is under the deck. It's an excavated area under the deck. And the reason for that is they have a son that is living with them, and initially they wanted to have a garden suite at the back, a one-story one, because it's a short lot. So their son could live there, but the neighbors weren't very okay with the concept of having quite a large ancillary structure at the back because of the privacy issues. So they decided to use the basement, and since the need to open bedroom and also an office because he works from home, they just decided to add a pillar corner under the basement, under the deck to the basement. And if you see the part that we added under the deck, it aligns with the length of our other neighbors. We're not going any further from the neighbor's length. There's no setback variance for this addition. There's no rear yard setback, and obviously no landscaping variance. Basically, we're using a somehow dead space under the deck to give them the office slash den space that they needed. And our neighbors were also happy with this concept. We have 3 letters of support from our neighbors. They was submitted a couple of days ago, but it's available on the portal. 2 from our immediate neighbors and 1 from another one on the street. And the staff concerned with the massing, they didn't mention that the massing doesn't really change. If you see the other page of my presentation, the main floor and second floor of the building, they're just within the approved coverage of the area, which is 32.7%. And just as a small part of the basement under the deck is added to the coverage and added to the length, which doesn't go further from neighbors and complies with the setback. There's no windows also on the side to respect the privacy of the neighbors. So the intent of the bylaw, which have the massing within the approved decision of the neighborhood, is met, and we have a letters of support from our neighbors, and I'm okay if the staff wants to tie the decision to the site plan or floor plan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Staff, I just want to confirm we don't have any other speakers on this item? Nope. And nobody here to speak to it? Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Fazeli.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Can the applicant please, if there is any similar examples within the immediate neighborhood for building length. Can you please identify them for us?
The building length, I don't have them at the moment, but as I said, our building length, the actual building is 16 meters, even less than the what is bylaw requires. The increase in the length is only because of that part under the deck. So basically, if we had to have a concrete deck, it would be the same effect. So there's no immediate impact on the neighbors with this increased length. Our main building is 16 meters, if you see on the drawings.
Yes, I understood that. My question simply was, if with the same condition, with the similar condition to yours, given your explanation, if you are aware of any examples within the neighborhood. That was my question.
Nothing that I'm aware of. And as I said, we did that just to avoid having a garden suite at the back.
All right, thanks.
Just a point of clarification. So is my
And
understanding?
I should just mention that it's,
Yeah.
yeah, I just should mention that it is below grade. And as I said, no impact on the neighbors.
Okay. So just to confirm, it's my understanding then that the variance concerning the length is strictly to facilitate the excavation of the basement, and that the rear main wall of the house is within the 17 meters?
It's even less than 17 meters. Yeah, it's 16 meters.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thanks. Let's take this matter into committee. Yeah, me too.
If nobody, oh.
2 beats to it.
Okay.
Yes, Ken.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. If there's no objection or comments from my colleagues, listen, I think this application is actually relatively well thought out. It's in line with the neighbors. The extra density is being hidden under the deck, which would be dead space anyways, and on mass would largely look the same to the flanking neighbors. So from that respect, I think it's a fairly well thought out design. I don't see any issues or negative impact on the neighborhood. Therefore, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application.
Okay, second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? That's unanimous. All right, application is approved. I'm okay, but I'll ask the question to staff, or whether we want to keep going, or does anyone need a relief break? 5 minutes? All right, 5 minutes it is. We'll resume at 3:45. It was, you made the point, right?
This where the chair is, we sit down. Are you showing pictures on the screen? So am I supposed to sit
All right. We are on item number 17. 321 Hillcrest Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with rear walkout deck and a garden suite at the rear. On file, we've got, actually, before we get to that, we got some variances for lot coverage, building height, side main wall height, pedestrian entrance height, rear deck projection for a garden suite. Rear deck projection, and then for a garden suite, we have variances for rear yard setback, an angular plane encroachment, as well as deck area. On file, I've got material from the applicant. Just a moment here. As well as a letter from 268 Elmwood, as well as a late report from community planning. Let's get the agent, Mr. Benkowski. Is he here with us?
Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. All right. Have you had a chance to review the staff report, sir?
I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a brief presentation. We do have another speaker here in opposition, so I will eventually come back to you for rebuttal, but let's get a brief presentation from you.
Absolutely. If we could bring up the public notice first, we did make some changes, and they are actually reflected in the staff report itself.
Okay.
So in terms of the changes we have made, variance number 2 has now been eliminated.
Okay.
Variance number 3 has been reduced to 8 meters.
Okay.
Variance number 6 has been increased to 1.2 meters.
Where's 6?
And for the garden suite, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
And variances 7 and 8 have both been eliminated.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. 7 and 8 have been eliminated, and then number 6, you said,
was increased from 0.93 to a proposed 1.2.
1.2. Okay. All right. Let's get the clock up. We'll reset that for Mr. Benkowski. And the floor is yours, sir.
I think taking your direction from the previous application, Mr. Chair, I'm going to kind of focus on the garden suite and the rear yard setback, because that's really what I believe the neighbor of concern is here for, as well as the staff report. If we could bring up one of the side elevations from the proposed garden suite. So the proposed garden suite in this instance is actually only proposed at 1 story. So the 1-story proposed garden suite has now been moved to a rear yard setback of 1.2 meters, and is in fact, that's perfect right there, and is in fact below the maximum height of 4 meters that is permitted. So when we talk about the impact, and I was frankly quite surprised by the staff report that spoke to privacy concerns as it relates to this garden suite. If we go to the side elevation at the rear, there's no windows proposed along the portion that faces any neighbor to the rear. I believe it is the next one on there. It is the blank wall, correct. So this is the south elevation that faces the dwellings of the backyards of Elmwood Avenue. So I'm not quite sure how we would have privacy issues with, again, a 1-story garden suite below the 4-meter maximum height that is permitted, again, with a request to decrease that setback by 30 centimeters. I tried to get in touch with the planner. I was not successful, but again, they were aware of the changes of us going to 1.2 meters. They weren't aware of the elimination of the angular plane. I can't tell you that would have changed their mind, but again, they weren't aware of the elimination of the angular plane requirement. So in terms of the garden suite itself, it's only one simple request on a 1-story building to be located 30 centimeters closer to a rear lot line, again, mitigated by the fact that it is only a 1-story structure. Quickly, just to go through the dwelling itself, if we go to the site plan, we can see that as change happens along HILLCREST, larger houses are being constructed next to smaller houses, which was the instance back in the day when the adjacent house to the west at 319 was constructed, which was wider, larger, longer than the adjacent dwelling. Similar, if we look here, the proposed dwelling here is actually built in line with the existing dwelling at 319, which is considerably longer and deeper. In terms of that deck projection, any impact is mitigated by the setback from that deck, again, to the portion of the dwelling that has the bay on it to the adjacent dwelling. Again, in my opinion, a fairly straightforward application. The coverage is mitigated by the fact that there's no building length, there's no building depth, there's no side yard setback increases. The other interesting thing we've shown on this site plan is how the driveway has actually been altered to decrease and move a little bit away from the existing trees that are there. That's why we see some of the curved areas shown there. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, in my opinion, a fairly straightforward application considering the context of where it is.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, let's get our next speaker. Ms. Power. Oh.
I hadn't registered to speak, but I will.
You're more than welcome to if you'd like. Just come on down to the mic and please just state your name and address for us for the record. And just to let you know, we did receive your letter of concern as well, which is in our package.
Thank you. Yes, for the record, my name is Holly Power Galway, and I live at 268 Elmwood Avenue. We had no issue with the setback. Originally, it was supposed to be 3 feet, and now they've given us another foot. That's fine. What we were concerned about is there's no visibility with that back wall because there are no windows, but there's also no visibility of that 3-foot space from the house. And we were worried about like noxious plants and things like that growing there. So we actually recommended that what they do, they put in like some kind of landscape tarp with river rocks so that at least they still get the soft landscaping that they want. And we don't have to worry about any kind of like ragweed. We have asthmatics in our house, that sort of thing.
Very good. Yeah, I do see, and I will ask the agent here, but I do see that on the plan it is noted as soft landscaping.
Mm-hmm.
And the expectation is when this does go to permit, they would be required to at least maintain, not to say that they couldn't change where they put the soft landscaping, but they're required to maintain a certain amount of
Yes.
landscaping in the backyard.
Yes.
So I will, and I do, that is consistent with the point you raised in your letter. So I'd
Yes.
like to take that back to the agent and just see what he has to say
Yeah.
with respect to the use of soft landscaping back there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Mr. Binkowski, could you respond specifically to the soft landscaping behind the proposed garden suite?
Yes, it will be soft in nature. I can't tell you exactly the material. I don't know at this stage. But on another note, I do agree with we're asking for these setbacks that are creating dead areas. That's another planning question to have and another conversation to have. But I do agree we do often create these voids that aren't used. In this instance, we do have 1.2 meters. So whatever is put back there will need to be maintained. It's not, we're not looking at an 18-inch situation where it's really tough to access. Whatever is put back there will be maintained. Again, as that is a pool in the back area, it's also in their interest to not have it overgrown and be looking at that.
Of course, yeah. I mean, well, it's not something that we can regulate as a committee. That's something that, once you go in for permit, as you know, you'll have to convey to the examiner that you're meeting the soft landscaping requirements. Given the adjacency, typically, when you have kind of narrow spots up against a property line, typically, for the purposes of drainage, it is recommended, I think, to provide some sort of permeable surface such that if there is any accumulation of water, it is mitigated on your client's property rather than running off onto an adjacent property. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. This, again, as a new dwelling, will require a grading plan, which will need to demonstrate the retention of all the water on this property also.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions from my colleagues? None? Okay, let's take this matter into committee for a decision.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to start. If no one else has any other comments, I could move forward a motion to approve this application as amended. Does staff want me to go through the amendments, or are we? You have them, okay. I think that this application, what's being proposed and in accordance with staff's recommendation for the most part, is appropriate. I think it's minor. I think what's being proposed is appropriate. I think it's a good use of the property, and I think that it will not result in any adverse impact to anyone in the neighborhood. So for those reasons, I would move for approval without conditions.
Do I have a seconder?
I second that.
Okay, Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? That's unanimous. The motion carries. The application is approved.
Yeah.
Okay, number 19. 18, thank you. Did you say something? Yeah, and 18 is deferred. Number 18, thank you. 175 McKee Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got some variances for lot coverage, rear platform area, rear and front main wall height, building length, west side yard setback, main pedestrian entrance height, number of stories, and stair width. On file, I have material from the applicant, as well as a letter of objection from 173 McKee Avenue and a late report from community planning. We have the agent in person with us. Welcome, sir. If you come down to the mic and state your name and address.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Yunfeng Zhang from 280 Shepherd Avenue East, Unit 203.
Okay.
I'm the agent for this project.
Okay, just a moment. I'm going to ask staff to put up the late staff report, just because it's not in our package. Have you had a chance to review the report?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I made a revision on the drawings as well.
All right, take us through those revisions. Let's pull the public notice up. Yeah. All right. So staff are recommending refusal of variance number 3 and 4 related to the front and rear main wall height.
Yes. So in the new drawing, we lowered the height of the front exterior main wall from 9.46 meters to 9.12 meters.
9.46 to 9.1?
12.
12.
Yeah, 9.12 meters.
Okay, and that variance is number 3 and...
That's for number 3.
3, okay.
Yeah. And for the variance number 4, we lowered the rear main wall from 9.15 to 9.12 as well. But also showing in the rear elevation, only around like 25% of the rear elevation is at 7.86 meters. So only the parts above the window is actually at the 9.12 meters.
Can we pull that up so you could just show us that on the elevation?
Sure. So basically we lower down the whole front from 9.46 to 9.12. And if we look at the back of the elevation, so actually only the window parts, the parts on top of the window, is at 9.12. And the rest of the eaves, they are all at the 7.86 meters.
Okay. Well, the front is the entirety. The back is just a portion. Both have been lowered.
$7.86, yeah.
Which is still just slightly above the as of right. 7.5, right?
Yeah, 7.5, yeah.
Okay.
That's 7.86, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing, but the bump out is related to the higher number. The rest is still over by point smaller amount, yeah. Okay. Okay. Do you have any examples to present that might support a higher front or rear main wall
Yes.
height in the immediate area or
Yeah.
the broader
There
context?
are two projects I noticed in the same neighborhood.
Okay.
I mean the Willowdale East areas. The first one is 277 Spring Garden Avenue. That one has been granted by the committee for the height, the front and the rear exterior main wall height, 9.15 meters. And also for the 339 Maplehurst Avenue has been granted by the committee. That one is actually higher. It's 9.46 meters for both front and back.
You say 277?
277 Spring Garden Avenue.
Okay, and do you have any elevation drawings to show of that property? Or did you just look at the number from a quantitative standpoint?
I do have the drawings, yeah.
For 277?
Yes.
I don't, I'll ask. We don't have any other people here to speak to the item. Are we allowed to see those, or is that something? I don't think they're part of the file.
There appears to be another speaker at 173.
Ah, okay, in which that answers my question. Okay, so we can't look at that, unfortunately, but we might be able to find out that information another way. Hold on to that. Any questions from my colleagues right now?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the examples that you have provided, are they within the immediate neighborhood or broader?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The examples that you have shared with us,
Yes.
right? The two examples.
Yes.
Are they within the immediate neighborhood?
Yes.
Or the context, right? Or the
They're
broader?
really close. There's only a few streets south in the same neighborhood.
Does that mean that it's a block away, 2 blocks? Because we have to understand the definition of immediate and broader.
I was like 6
So
blocks away.
for different people could mean different. So if
Yeah.
you could convince me on that, that would be great.
Yes, 6 blocks away.
It's far.
From
Thank
MCKEE.
you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions right now? We are going to come back to the agent. Okay, thank you, sir. Let's hear from our other party to this matter.
Hello.
Hello. Your name and address.
Hello. 173 McKee Avenue. And what's your name? Vincent Cosentino. And our agent and speaker would be our oldest son, Peter Cosentino.
Okay,
So,
just to
my
confirm,
name-
you're the immediate neighbor?
We're right beside him.
Okay, very good.
We're
Thank you.
173 McKee Avenue. Okay, there's a couple of variances, well, actually 4, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Speaking of, even though there's been adjustments on 3 and 4 that have been articulated by the agent, they're still well above what we, would accept or are comfortable with as far as sizing. The examples, the individual had referenced 277 Spring Garden and 339 Maplehurst are not blocks away. Spring Garden is located towards Shepherd. We're sort of halfway up to between Finch and Shepherd, just off of Willowdale with McKee. So they're not conducive to the neighborhood as far as the design is concerned. All the houses that have the older houses, like my parents, that have been replaced with larger homes, have all sort of conformed to a similar style. So they blend with the neighborhood. If you look at McKee between Bayview and Willowdale, the houses are similar in size. So there's a couple of objections that we have. One, 3-story, where the average, all of them are pretty much 2-story that have been replaced. The next item that we object to is the deck on the back going from 4 meters, which is by code, to 12 square meters. Again, that would certainly privacy in the back, certainly compromise my parents enjoying their yard, that they have a gazebo and so forth, and they love relaxing in the backyard. The tree planting supports that. And with that deck being allowed to go from 4 to 12 would certainly compromise their privacy. And the last component really goes with the height that's been articulated. Even though they have been reduced as specified by the agent, it's still meters above what is allowed currently by code. So there are objections 2, 3, 4, and 8.
Okay, and I thank you for being specific as to address the variances that are of concern. Any questions at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to this item? None. Okay, we'll go back to the agent to give you an opportunity to rebut some of the concerns that you heard from your immediate neighbor.
Yes. So basically, this house we treated as 3-story is because the midpoint of the basement is higher than the established grade. And this type of design is really popular in Willowdale. And so as the rear deck area like become another variances is all caused by this.
Okay.
And for the front main wall, I would say 156 Kingsdale Avenue also has the same variances, and that's if I remember correct, that's 9 meter for the front elevation. And this front elevation design is actually quite trending and quite popular in this neighborhood. It fits into the development of this Willowdale neighborhood.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Kabu?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So the neighbor came out with 4 objections. I would really like you to speak about those objections because, as he pointed out, they're still not, based on his point, those 4 areas are not in compliance. So, and then the example you gave, the 2 examples that you gave, as we've heard, are quite far away from this place. Can you elaborate about that, please?
Yes. Basically, I just explained the minor variance that I got from being treated as a 3-story is because the midpoint of the basement is higher than the established grade. So is the rear deck as well. When we treat this as a 2-story, then this rear deck can actually be even bigger than the 12 square meters than what we proposed. And also, I just mentioned that there's 156 Kingsdale Avenue. It's only like a couple blocks on the south of MCKEE Avenue. And that building has also granted for the front wall. If I'm correct, it's close to 9 meters. And the 2 examples I mentioned, the Spring Garden is about like 5-6 blocks away on the south, but it's still in the same neighborhood. It's also on the east side of the Willowdale Street.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Zelli.
thank you. Yes. For the rear deck that we're talking about, I think the neighbor shared the concern about the privacy, if I'm not mistaken. What's the height of that deck?
What's the height of the deck? Sorry, I just have to see the drawing. It's around like 7 feet from the floor. It's on the main floor from the established grade. What we can do, we can add a screen for the privacy on the neighbor side. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Well, thank you. Well, that I think may be something that we could ask the neighbor if they're okay with it. With such condition of privacy screen or something, sometimes they may just say, no, actually, we prefer not to have that. So I think would be appropriate to just share that question for the neighbor if it's possible.
Yeah, and perhaps we'll ask the neighbor that. But before we do we have any additional questions for the agent here? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to very, very briefly go back to the neighbor. One of my colleagues had a question with respect to privacy screening on the rear deck. I'll just make this comment. I mean, in looking at the site plan, with respect to the rear deck specifically, there is quite a considerable setback from the side yard property lines. And I note that on this site plan, the basement walkout is actually on the neighbor's side that spoke today, which helps to provide a little bit further buffer from the deck. But I would like to hear from them whether or not what their preference would be should the application be approved, whether or not they would prefer to have privacy screening on the deck or not.
What do you mean by privacy screening on the deck? What does that refer to?
So typically,
Can you elaborate?
yeah, so we would require a screen placed. It's typically built on the deck. In a way, it could replace the guard, and it would be required to be built to a specific height. In a lot of cases, I think 1.5 meters. But with that, I will also add that, you know, with a taller privacy screening, it also creates a little bit more massing. And in some cases, if, you know, sometimes it does more harm than good, which is why, you know, we often ask the immediate neighbor that has these concerns whether or not, if it were approved, whether that would be preferable to have that screening or not.
Again, the screening is, to me, it's a moot point as far as the size, based on the size of the decking itself is the biggest concern. The other thing I just want to drop back on is the 3 stories.
I can't, hold on, I can't revisit other matters. We've just got to deal with the matter at hand, unfortunately.
All right, well, if we can't revisit, then yeah, I'll want screening up, whether to enhance the opportunity of some sort of privacy, we'll want that up.
Okay.
But again, may I ask one further question?
Yes, but very shortly, sure. Because I can't reintroduce new evidence. I'm going to have to go.
What the individual said.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do we rebut what the agent said? Because I don't agree. I think he's misleading.
Well,
the
in
committee.
this process, it is the agent's right to have the final word. They get to rebut only the comments that were raised by those in opposition. We unfortunately don't allow to go back and forth between, because then I have to allow him another chance to respond. But you're putting forth that there's incorrect information that's before us?
Yeah, I'm just saying the examples he provided are part of the Willowdale community. If you go up and down McKee, you go up and down Churchill, which are side by side. It's
I'll
not
stop
the
you
same.
there.
These houses are not near.
Fair enough. I think that point was taken. I think my members recognized the difference between the broader context and that context, which is immediate. So I think your concern has been acknowledged, and we're aware of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. If there's no further questions, let's take this into committee for decision. I might just start us off. I hear what the neighbor's saying. I appreciate that they were able to pinpoint the specific variances that were of concern to them. I too, even before I read the community planning report, which did come in late, I did share some concerns with respect to the front main wall height specifically. I still share those concerns. I think those concerns were raised by the neighbor. I don't have an issue necessarily with the rear platform. I think that's pretty common. I don't think that what they're proposing is above and beyond in terms of size. I don't think it's a deck that would facilitate large gatherings, but I do think that could be mitigated with the screening. And then there was one more variance that the neighbor brought up with respect to the 2 versus 3 stories. I'm very critical of these, as my colleagues know, and I think oftentimes when those types of typologies are allowed, they have to be mitigated by height. In this case, I think that both the immediate and broader area does support that typology of home. So I'm not against that variance, but I do share the neighbor's concern with respect to the front and rear main wall height. I think that I don't have any evidence to suggest that certainly in the way that it's being employed in this case is really there really is precedence there. In some cases where you see those front main wall heights, it's oftentimes like perhaps a gable or a peak on a house, so it's only for a moment. But in this case, it's just the wall is just continuous all the way across. Particularly on the front, maybe less of an issue on the rear, but those are my concerns.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I actually agree with your comments. I think the impact of the height on the front of the house is what's most impactful. It's a big wall and of that height, and I don't really see the benefit to it. I assume it's an architectural detail, but I'm not really sure why. But the other variances, I think, are reasonable in terms of what's being proposed here and are consistent with other buildings on the street.
I might just suggest then with perhaps the variance number 4 for the rear exterior main wall height, that if that variance was approved, that variance be tied to the rear elevation specifically, just to ensure that that is only for that portion.
I agree in principle, but then if you don't approve the other one, the whole design of the house is going to have to change, and it may not be reflected again on the new application.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why they couldn't reduce that.
It can be done.
We can't hear any other submissions at this time. I apologize, because we're in committee. Do you want to hear? You do? All right. We're going to come out of committee very, very briefly. Sir, I did very shortly share if you have any comment to make.
Basically, I think this type of design is actually quite popular in this neighborhood. I can point at more than 3 or 5 projects similar to this design. And also what I can do is I can make this one under 9 meters, so 8.99 meters. I propose to drop a little bit more on that. Because since other variances, they are, it's really minor. And this one, I really want to get this one approved and to drop a little bit more, 8.99.
Okay, I'll accept the modification of 8.99. I'm going to take us back into committee, but...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can I just clarify which variances? So he's doing it for both?
And, sir, just to confirm, which variances does that pertain to?
Is the number 3, the front.
3 on the front.
So this is only 2 variants. 3.
Actually front and back. Both will be 8.99. Yes, yeah, 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go back into committee. I just remind everybody, once we're in committee, we cannot hear from anybody in the public. Okay? All right, let's go back into committee on this issue. I don't know if that assuages any concerns.
I don't know that I personally had massive concerns with it, but the proposal was 6 feet over, and we reduced that by 6 inches.
I know. I don't, don't,
I'm just doing the math.
I just
but,
don't think it's,
I'll let my colleagues chime in.
If there are no comments, I think I'll forward a motion and we'll see where it goes.
okay.
Are there any comments from my colleagues?
No, go for
Okay,
it.
so that's my motion. I think what I will like to do, I think overall, I still have I'm struggling with variance number 3 and 4, the height, and, you know, so therefore I just, I forward the motion to approve this application, but to refuse, I will go one by one, I think, in this matter. To approve variance number 1, approve variance number 2, refuse variance number 3 and 4, approve variance number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And I think there was no amendment, I guess, right? No conditions, but I think since I asked this question from the neighbor and they were fine with the privacy screen, I would add a condition for the privacy screen, 1.5 meters.
On which side?
On the, it's on the west side, yes.
West side?
Just let's double check, making sure. I think it is west. On the rear deck, on the west side.
On the floor of the deck to a height of 1.5 meters on the west side.
Yes.
Okay.
I asked the neighbor, so if they are aware of it, so I would go with that, so yes.
Okay, very good. Do I have a seconder? All right, second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. The application as amended is approved in part. Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to item number 20, 435 Castlefield Avenue. This is an application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a front porch, rear deck, and rear basement walkout. Also proposed is an in-ground swimming pool in the rear yard. We have a number of variances, including front yard landscaping area, west side yard setback, building length, east and west main wall heights, eaves, setback, and FSI. On file, I've got material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a letter of objection from 433 and 446 Castlefield Avenue. Okay, let's get the agent on with us. Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Franco Romano. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Franco Romano here, Action Planning, 321 Lakeshore.
Welcome, Mr. Romano. Okay, we do have some speakers here, so I'm going to ask for a presentation from you.
Yes, certainly. If staff can bring up my presentation slides, please.
Mr. Romano, I should ask, before you get started, are there any modifications you're making that we should know about in advance?
No, sir, no modifications.
Okay, all right, the floor is yours. We'll reset the clock, thank you.
Thank you. We can go to, I'm seeing, on my screen, there's a circle, so I'm not seeing the slide come up. I'm gonna wait until if we can wait until my slides come up and perhaps reset my time.
We will.
Please.
We'll reset the clock for you.
Thank you.
Get that set up.
I know what it's like with the technology. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks very much. So slide 1 is a table that shows on the left column what was in front of the Committee of Adjustment, and I don't know if it was differently constituted because I wasn't in attendance in June of 2024. And at the bottom left is the dwelling that was in front of the committee at that time. So there was an integrated garage, and the building height was taller, and there were a number of variances that were different. So with the integrated garage in the driveway, there was no front yard landscaping variance because the driveway gets removed from the front yard calculation in terms of area. In the middle column is the current proposal, the list of variances, and on the right-hand side in the bottom right is the proposed dwelling. So the integrated garage is being removed. The surface front parking that for which there is a permit and it currently exists is going to continue. But that does trigger a front yard landscaping variance, and the front yard landscaping variance is about 2.3 square meters. It is not for soft landscaping; it is just for landscaping area. The soft landscaping is over 91%. And I will say that the architect's calculation of front yard landscaping actually would be compliant, but we're going with a zoning notice version. If we go down to slide number 2, please, you'll see that in terms of floor space index, there are a number of examples that have been recently approved for floor space index, ranging from 0.61 to 0.85 and 0.95. Those are for new construction, might be building additions, might be new construction. I don't see the staff moving to slide number 2, so I would appreciate if we can go to slide number 2. You'll see actually a property map as well. And the property map illustrates that the proposed building length, which is 98 centimeter variance, so 17.98 meters. It's in keeping with what's found, even if we just look on the south side of Castlefield. 355 Castlefield is 18.5 meters, 401 Castlefield is 18.9 meters, 403, 405, and 407 Castlefield are about 17.2 to 17.3 meters, 419 Castlefield is 17.9 meters, and it continues on. So there are a number of properties that have building lengths that are comparable and longer. In terms of the site plan, what you'll see on the site plan is the eaves variance actually is an improvement. I know it's for a longer building, but the existing eaves on the west side actually goes onto the neighbor's property, and I show that in highlight, in a yellow highlight in the middle of the building envelope. It's about 8 centimeters onto the neighbor's property. So the proposed eaves west side yard setback of 16 centimeters is an improvement, and it follows a pattern that we see along the street. And we'll see the next door neighbor there has a very tight side yard setback and an eaves that is very comparable. The west side yard setback is also at 0.46 meters. That's an improvement over the 31 to 32 centimeters that currently exists. And that follows the pattern along Castlefield and other streets. And I think the property map illustrates that very well. In terms of the east side yard setback, that is larger than the bylaw requires. It's about 1.1 meters. There's a right-of-way that I'm showing there in purple that extends onto both properties. So I know that that neighbor to the east has some concerns, but the side yard setback is actually larger than what is required. And if we go to slide number 3, please, you'll see on the side elevation that the wall height is a technical variance. So the zone examiner has measured the wall height to the top of the ceiling that's inside the building. The actual eaves that is visible and presented outside is 7.48 meters, which is less than the 7.5 meters. So not only is the building height less than 10 meters, it's at about 9.6 meters. The wall height that's presented outside in terms of mass is lower, marginally lower. It's at 7.48 meters. And so what I would submit is what is being proposed here is respectful and does not create adverse impact and is minor in nature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Mr. Romano, just a question with respect to, there's a pretty prominent street wall on Castlefield. More specifically, I just noticed that the front main walls of almost all of the houses on the street are of a particular height by the time they hit the roof. I'm just wondering how that aligns with the current revision. Because it seems like the front main wall, it goes all the way up. It surpasses where the eaves kind of flank out on the at the side yards. But I'm just wondering how that is going to sit within the street context. Do you have any indication what the neighboring front main wall may be, or where it may come up to in relation to the front elevation?
Yes, thank you for that question. I'm not showing it in my slides because there is no front main wall height variance. That's before the committee. But the front main wall with this design, with the removal of the integrated garage, what we tend to look at is where do the windows line up? How do the windows line up along the street? And the first floor window is pretty close to where the neighboring first floor as well as the second floor window. There are going to, once you get to the second floor windows, it gets a little taller because the first floor height is going to be taller than what we generally see along that street in the 8.5 to 9 foot first floor building heights. But so the overall, the building itself is very much aligned. It is going to be a little taller though.
Okay, yeah, and to your
Again,
point, I do
permitted-
know.
It's permitted by the zoning bylaw.
Right. To your point, I realized that we're looking at the only height variances refer to the east and west main walls. There's no height variance on the front, and the door sill height, there is no door sill height variance as well. Seems like that meets the bylaw requirement. Okay, thank you for that. Ask my colleagues whether they have any questions at this time. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker. Anybody here for this item? Okay, I believe we might have some people online.
I'm on the phone, Michael K.
Hello, Mr. K. Your address?
Hi. I am the owner and resident of 432 Castlefield.
Okay, we'll get the clock up and we'd like to hear your submission.
Okay, I'm going to get to the variances right away, and then I'll get to the little spiel I wrote while I was waiting to support my objections. Variance 1. There is no driveway here. It is a right-of-way. I'm sure the committee and the chair is familiar with the neighborhood. You've been looking at pictures. There's absolutely no reason to bring the landscape down to less than 50%. As I said, it's a right-of-way. They're not putting in any kind of driveway. That should not go below 50%. Number 2, I was actually at the house today between the properties, and they're building a new construction, so existing may not be that relevant. Right now, there's only 30 inches, just over 3/4 of a meter, 77 centimeters between the two dwellings, between the bricks on the neighboring house on the west, I think it's 437 maybe, and the existing property, there's only 30 inches. And I can tell you from somebody who has a house with a right-of-way and similarly a house next door that I don't share the right-of-way, there's very little space there. I've got about 39 inches, almost 3/4 of a foot more, and I wouldn't want to go any smaller. I know that when it comes to work, putting a ladder up there, getting people to work, you're now making things just too close together. So I'm completely against, and if I was a neighbor for sure, moving the dwelling closer to my house where I already didn't have much room and would definitely could use that space. Number 3, proposed bill, the length. Yeah, you're going to kill a lot of the sunlight, direct sunlight to the adjacent houses by doing that in their backyards, that's for sure, and maybe into their houses. I would be against any length increase there. Number 4, east main wall, proposed height of the east main wall. Again, there's going to be loss of sunlight by going higher on the height of the walls, next to the two houses, which are just your old 20s, 30s style, two-story, North Toronto homes on 25-foot lots. So that's going to take away sunlight. It could also affect the efficiency of the chimney on the houses when you don't have that airflow going over your chimney. Where are we now? Number 5, same as number 4, no different response to that. Number 6, you're cutting the eaves in half of what the limit is. The house is already super close together. It is between on that side of the house with the neighbor's house. I would be against making it any closer than what is allowed instead of cutting it in half. And lastly, this one, I'm really only concerned with the exterior of the house, and the annoying swimming pool that they plan to install, which is not part of the application, but nonetheless, I don't know. This is 22% more, approximately 22% more beyond the permitted maximum floor space. I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe it's coming from the exterior and how much longer and higher and wider this house wants to be, because that is 22% more. Now I'll get to my spiel. Well, Mr. Chair and committee, please bear in mind that the lot is 25 feet wide, as are the adjacent neighbors' properties, as is almost all the other properties on our very long block between Avenue Road and Castlewood Road. Almost all homes were built in the 1920s and 1930s, and they still possess the original construction of their exteriors slash facade and their two-story homes. And this was the main reason I chose to move into this neighborhood on this block. Also, I'm of the feeling that this property may be used for rental, perhaps short-term rentals, especially due to the desire of the applicant to install an in-ground pool on a 20-foot lot, and I hope very much I'm wrong about that. There are reasons code contains maximum and minimums, and if any property should have to build within these limits, a house on a 25-foot lot on this block in this neighborhood should be one of them, both so not to negatively affect existing close by adjacent neighbors' homes, properties, but also to not tarnish the aesthetics of the beautiful older neighborhood and prevent it from causing starting a snowball effect leading to the transformation deterioration of this beautiful older neighborhood. Also, I ask that the city keeps a good eye on this property during and after construction. No offense to the applicant, but this is how I feel about the neighborhood, and I know if I was living next door or close by, my feelings would be even stronger.
Okay,
That's
thank
about
you.
it.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody.
Any questions?
Can I ask one?
You may ask a question.
Can I
yeah.
ask a question?
Yes, brief, because we're over at 5.
Can the agent please, if it's possible, can you let us know what the intent is for this property once it's built? Is this going to be used for a rental or short-term rental? I know it's not part of the application or covered, but I'm just curious.
I will put that question to him. I will state that it has no bearing on our decision, as we don't zone for use, type of use, whether it's short-term or who's going to for occupants, I should say. But I'm sure he's listening, and he has made note of that, so he might be able to address that for you. Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Richard Hamer, and I live at 433 Castlefield Avenue. So we're the neighbor immediately to the east of the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so first, I just wanted to quickly say that I appreciate the changes made from the previous rejects application, which have relieved some of the privacy concerns we had. But unfortunately, our main objection still remains the length of the proposed property combined with the height. It remains to us overly and unnecessarily intrusive. At nearly a meter long when it's permitted, this house will extend right up to the edge of our rear deck. Along with the height, I think this will eliminate all of our sunlight there pretty much entirely, I'd say, from late afternoon, evening. I guess even sooner in the winter months. We have a 5-year-old son. He loves to play on that deck. We entertain guests there. I believe there will be a real impact on the enjoyment of our home. And also, if we look inside our house, if I look out our second floor windows right now, in the afternoon, we already only get a little bit of sunlight over the top of the roof of the existing property. Obviously, this being, because our houses are quite close on this neighborhood. So obviously, this proposed house will be taller. So again, I will see an impact in that regard. Yeah, that was all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? I have one question. I'm going to ask the agent the same, but with respect to the building length, are there any examples nearby in the immediate context?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry to interrupt. I believe there is one person here in the chambers that wanted to speak to this.
Of course. I'll provide you the opportunity to come down and.
They left. Okay, I've been advised that they left.
Oh, they left. Okay. Well, if they do come back, we will provide them the opportunity to speak should they wish. In the meantime, just a follow-up question for the immediate neighbor. With respect to the building length, are there examples within the immediate context of rear main walls that extend as far back as what's being proposed? Or is there a pretty clear delineation of where the rear main walls extend to on this block?
So there's obviously a limited amount I can see, because if I go more than 3 or 4 houses, I see trees. But I would say they're pretty level. Where they do extend, it's often where you have like the back of the house is like only 1 story, like a little extension bit, or where there's an extension bit, but it's like a balcony, so it kind of falls halfway in the middle. I'm not disputing whether or not these kind of houses exist in this area, but from I see looking at my window now in both directions, I don't see those kind of solid walls extending out in the way that this plan would be suggesting.
Okay, very good. That's helpful. All right. Any other questions? Okay, let's take this back to the agent. I want to provide them an opportunity to rebut. Perhaps also address my comment regarding the building length at almost 18 meters.
Yes, thank you for that comments, and I'll just I guess I'll deal with that point first. Just let me get my notes here because it's in the middle. 437 Castlefield, which is right next door. It's on the other side of to the west of the subject site. 2 stories, building length of 17.4 meters. 441 Castlefield, 17.2 meters. 455 Castlefield, 19.7 meters. And these are for 2 stories. 459 Castlefield, 17.5 meters. And if we go in the opposite direction, 419 Castlefield, 17.9 meters. 407, 405, and 403 are 17.2 meters. 355 is 18.5 meters, and 401 is 18.9 meters, and those are all 2 stories. So I would submit that what is being proposed here is very much in keeping. If we look at slide number 2, we'll see on the property map that there are those building length differences. I appreciate it's a property map. It's a very small, kind of like when my wife looks at the screen and says, it's this big, it looks very big, but on the phone, it's very small. So the property map is very small, but it shows those building length and depth differences. The proposed building length is within the permitted building depth of 19 meters, so the building can extend deeper into the lot, but it doesn't do that. And in terms of the neighbor, 433, Mr. Hamer, appreciate your discussions with my client and your participation in your letter. The deck on that property extends deeper than what the proposed dwelling is, and the proposed building height is lower in building height than what is permitted. The wall height, as I mentioned, is already marginally lower than what is permitted. The variance is for the internal version of the internal ceiling height, and the building setback on that side is larger than what the zoning bylaw requires. So that allows for more light penetration. There's a balance between what is being requested and what is being proposed in terms of less building mass and scale under the zoning bylaw. And in terms of the speaker at 432 Castlefield, which is on the other side of the street and down the road, as I indicated in my initial presentation, the side yard setback on the east side is larger than what is currently existing. So is the eaves, that is larger than what is currently existing. And I think that, and in terms of a ladder, the 0.9 meter side yard setback that is permitted under the zoning bylaw, I would not recommend placing a ladder within that third 0.9 meter side yard setback and trying to get onto a second story building. So the zoning bylaw today does not recognize that a ladder is going to be erected within a 0.9 meter side yard setback.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And then thank you for providing some of those examples. Yes, we have a question for you.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a question. Do you know what the existing front yard landscaping is of the house as is?
Oh.
The percentage?
If you bear with me 1 second, please. I'll have to pull up my folder here. I have the existing front yard landscaping at about 60%.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And you provided an example of a nearby property with respect to building depth. I think it was number 415 or 419. Could you just provide those numbers with respect to length or depth?
Yeah, 419 is 17.9 meters.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Let's take this into committee for very brief discussion and a decision. Maybe I'll just kick us off. I mean, generally, I remember this application when it came forward, and I think it's come a long way. I'm really glad to see some of the improvements, particularly the removal of the integral garage. I think that really helps to kind of, you know, it's a good gesture in terms of kind of helping to fit in with the street. I have a little bit of reservation as brought up by the neighbor with respect to the building length. And I just look at the length in comparison to both the immediate neighbors. Generally, it'd be okay with 18-meter building depth. I'm a little concerned just because it's unmitigated in any way. It's just the walls go straight back. There's nothing to kind of step the building down or step the building in. And, you know, it is coupled. Again, it's a small increase to main wall height, only at 7.9 meters, but it still is, you know, it is coupled with those variances. And then with additional reduction of a side yard setback, I just question the impact just on those final, that little bit of length off of the back. Just in being a little bit more respectful of the immediate context. I just look at some of the examples of the newer builds that do have are afforded greater building lengths, and it does see that there's, albeit small, mitigating factors, whether the building kind of step down slightly or it be tapered in to help mitigate the impacts of a larger building length. But it's a close call, I will say. It's not a huge amount over, but as I did note, the impact is unmitigated towards the back. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I echo some of what you have, but I would lean more in favor of the application. I think what's being proposed here is generally reasonable, although some of it is kind of just getting towards the edge, and I understand your comments on the built form. I mean, based on what I've heard here today and what's being proposed and then taking into consideration neighborhood context, I don't think there's going to be a negative impact on the local community. I think what's being designed will end up fitting in the end, and therefore I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Second by Ms. Casson. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, Mr. Allison, Mr. Fazeli opposed. The motion carries. The application is approved with the condition.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, item number 21, 730 Eglinton Avenue West. Purpose of the application is to replace an existing skylight to increase the overall building height to the top of the skylight. On file, we've got material from the applicant and a letter from Metrolinx. We have the agent with us. Mr. Adams?
Yes, you got it. Hello?
Hello, your name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, my name's Stuart Adams. I'm with Unit A Architecture, and we are at 151 Shaw Street in Toronto.
Okay, Mr. Adams, I've reviewed the application, and I don't need to hear a presentation. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they want to hear a presentation or they have any questions. You sure? All right. Okay, so yeah, we don't require a presentation. If it's all right, we can proceed into committee for a decision for you.
Yes, no objection.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go into committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move a motion for approval for this. I think it's a minor application that I almost question its existence. However, the skylight is to be replaced by a new type of skylight, which happens to be a little higher than the old skylight. I think it's definitely desirable for the site because I'm sure it's an improvement over what's there, and is just going to add to the, I don't know, the livability of the school, let's say that. So I think it's very minor in nature and meets the 4 tests.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Yes,
Second by
I'll second
Mr.
that.
Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. Application is approved without condition. All right, item number 20.
Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. Item number 22, 85 Alamosa Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. We've got variances for driveway width, rear deck projection, width of a vehicular entrance into a front main wall, and west side yard setback. On file, if material from the applicant, memo from Transportation Services, staff report from Community Planning requesting modification, a memo from Urban Forestry, a letter from TRCA, and a letter of concern from 5 Allenwood Crescent. We have the agent with us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jun An. I'm the agent and the designer. My address is 67 Cherry Stone Drive.
All right.
Toronto.
I should ask, are you aware of the staff report from Community Planning?
Yeah, I will do some modification. Yeah.
All right, you've answered my next question. So let's pull up the public notice and please take us through the variances and let us know which ones you'd like to change.
Okay. For variance number 1, no change. For variance number 2, modify the proposed rear deck project from 3.66 meter to 3.1 meter. And variance number 3, no change. Variance number 4, no change. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, very good. Just give us a moment here. Now, I do see that, just want to confirm, we do have some speakers in opposition. I'm going to ask for a very brief presentation from you.
Sure. Yeah, I submit a presentation file. Would you please open the file? Yeah.
Sure, let's pull that up.
Okay. Yeah, this is a new house project. We request 4 variances. First, for the variance number 4, maybe go down a bit. We can show the variance number 4 for the set plan. Yeah, the variance number 4 is for the west side yard setback. The proposed side yard setback is 1.8 meter, whereas the required is 2.4 meter for the second floor only. And the minimum required side yard setback for the ground floor is 1.8 meter. We are okay right now. And the reason for this variance is because of the angled side lot line, and only for a pinch point above the garage. You can see the yellow part is the area does not meet the required side yard setback, and the blue part is the one is the area allowed to have building, but we don't have a building there. So we can say the blue part is bigger than the yellow part. So we can say the average setback is about more than 2.4 meter. And about variance number 2 is for the rear deck. Yeah. And the proposed deck projects 3.1 meter as modified, whereas the maximum projection required is 2.5 meter. The deck projects only 1.27 meter if measured from the bump out wall, and we provide the 5 feet high privacy lattice on the west side to protect the neighbor's privacy. I discussed these 2 variants with the city planner, and he has no concerns. And the variance number 1 and number 3 related to the transportation services. And variance number 3 is for the width of a garage entrance. The reason for this variance is the owner would like to have a bigger garage for the 3 car of the family can parking in the garage. And for variance number 1 is for the driveway width. As per the zoning bylaw, for lots with a lot frontage from 6 meter to 23 meter, a maximum driveway width is 6 meter. The proposed width is 7.92 meter. The subject lot frontage is almost 22 meter, which is so close to the 23 meter, can have a 9 meter driveway actually, as per the zoning bylaw. We can also consider the 1.92 meter on the east side as a walkway, and the driveway width is 6 meter. And the landscaping and soft landscaping we provide are much more than the requirement. The landscaping is 63%, whereas 60% required, and soft landscaping is 99%, where 75% required. And for the lot width of frontage, more than 18 meter circular driveway allowed. But we think a little wider driveway is a better solution than circular driveway for the overall landscaping and fit the owner's need. I also reviewed the transportation service comments. They have no objections, and we submit a revised set plan dated October 3rd to reduce the driveway and the curb cut width to 6 meter on the public right of way. And we already received the clearance email from the transportation. They are satisfied. So those are all the variants we required. The proposed dwelling complies with all the other zonings like building height, coverage, scale, density, and landscaping, and not even maximum the allowance. I think this will be a standard dwelling for the new build. We contact with the counselor, and she had no objections. We also visited the nearby neighbors. We discussed with several neighbors in person or by calling. We tried our best to minimum the impact to the neighbors. So in summary, the variants are minor in nature, meeting the intent of zoning bylaw. Yeah, if any question, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you.
That's my presentation here.
I'd have a question about variance number 1 and variance number 3, more specifically variance number 3 with respect to the 3-car garage. Are there any examples on Alamosa or in the immediate context that support a vehicular entrance of 7.62 meters? Or in sort of layman's terms, is there a 3-car garage on Alamosa?
On Alamosa right now, because this area not so many new built, and the things I can find is I think the 25 Alamosa have a 3-car garage and also a circular driveway. That's for the 25 Alamosa, and for the driveway width, I think the existing driveway width more than 6 meter. I think between 6.5 meter to 8 meter is very common in this area. A lot of existing driveway is wider than 6 meter, definitely, like 82, 89, 91, 97, 59, 55, yeah, and others. And also some circular driveway in this area, like 83, 70, 63, 43.
Let's
Yeah,
forget about the
something.
circular driveway. Let's talk about the vehicular entrance. So I mean, Alamosa, it's a street that is, I would disagree in the fact that there's actually quite a few new builds on the street. Alamosa is characteristic of older homes, typically bungalows, and then there's quite a few new builds. And I have to say, you know, just doing an overview of the immediate context, it appears to me that whether it be an older dwelling in the neighborhood or a new build, I don't see anything that is consistent with a 3-car garage in the area. So I'm just sort of, perhaps I missed it, or there's a property address that you can speak to that might support introducing a 3-car garage into the neighborhood.
Let's say the only thing I can find is 25, have the 3-car garage, and then across the street is the zoning is different and the lot size is different, so we cannot compare that part. Yeah, that's the thing for the 3-car garage, and the transportation service, we contact with them, they have no objection, they said it's, and also for the client's need, they need the 3-car garage for their family, have 3 cars right now, they want parking in the garage.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions. My colleagues, are there any questions at this time? All right, let's get the next speaker on. Or I should ask, is there anybody here to speak to this item? No, okay. Staff, do we have anybody online? All right. Hello. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, there we are. Your name and address, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Leon Hui. I'm representing 83 Alamosa.
Okay. And which number? 83. So you're the immediate neighbor?
Yes, I'm the neighbor to the north side.
Okay, very good. We'll get the clock up. The floor is yours to put forth your concerns.
Okay. Let's go to the concern number 1 and 3. I think they are related, and we are opposed to that because in general, the neighborhood does not have strong presence of a 3 garage houses. Like you said, especially on the ravine side, mainly bungalow. I have spoke to the designer of the this house. a couple days ago, and I already expressed our concern. And I gave her a proposal that instead of a 3-door garage, tandem parking inside the garage, a 2-door garage that still can park 3 cars inside if they have too many, that many cars. Okay. And I think the other thing is about the width of the entrance, 7.92.
Correct.
Yes. That variance is about 32% variance, which I think it is excessive. 32% increase from the allowed. Okay. So the other thing is about the on my property, the driveway is too close to the bedroom, which is because it's a bungalow. The bedroom is on the ground floor, and the garage, when they pull the vehicle in, the light will go into the bedroom. Okay. Okay, that I finished up with item number 1 and then number 3. Okay, and I go back to item number 2. The rear yard, the deck. Now, before she have a 46.4% increase from the allowed. Now she is down to 24%, which is a good improvement, right? However, we oppose to the locations of the stair going down into the backyard. That stair is within the setback, which we strongly oppose. That location of the stair going into the backyard from the ground floor, which is the backyard, is on the basement level. Because we have a swimming pool on our side, the 83 Alamosa, that stair, somebody can jump over the fence easily and land it in our backyard, and we do not like this sort of a liability that somebody can jump into our backyard and end up in the swimming pool, which is becoming a liability as the owner. So I think that the stairs should not be in the setback area and should not be too close to the fence. Okay, going to item number 4, the setback, which is 1.8 meter, which is 33.3% over the 2.4 meter limit. Again, the character of the neighborhood is back to the ravine, the first line of back to the ravine. Anything that you reduce the side yard will limit the view for the neighborhood to enjoy the ravine when walking on the street. So we oppose to that based on the characteristic of the neighborhood. Okay. So I concluded my objection right now and pass the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have one
No
question.
question.
Sir, do you have a circular driveway on your property?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should take this opportunity to ask about the privacy screening that the applicant proposed to a height of 5 feet, specifically on the side of the property that abuts yours, number 83.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I I should note as well that the deck itself has been modified, the projection to only come out at 3.16 now. Sorry, 3.1. If it were approved, this variance, is the privacy screening something that you would support, or would you prefer without?
Well, we wanted the privacy screen. We think, the 5 feet high privacy screen is not high enough.
Okay, so you would like privacy screening. All right.
Yeah, I like privacy. I think that on the drawing, they also have a privacy screen of 5 foot high facing our property as well. Okay.
Right.
But my concern is there is no privacy screen on the stair coming down from the deck into the backyard.
Okay.
There is no privacy screen. So, as I said, somebody can jump over the fence because it is less than, a few feet away. Because if you look at the drawing, it's kind of maybe, you don't see how close it is.
Oh, I can see the location of the stair, yes. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Going to ask if there's any other speakers on this item. No, let's go back to the agent.
Hi. Yeah, I hear the neighbors' concerns. And so the variance number 1 and 3, yeah, I mentioned, and the 3-car garage is the owner's need. And then we also considered tandem parking before, but it's this kind of thing is not really function for in and out for my client. So we designed the 3-car garage directly, and we think it fits the driveway width and the garage entrance is functionable, and the transportation no objections. And for the rear deck, first is about the stair. We don't have variance for the stair. So it's hard to say the stair things. And another thing is for the deck we have the privacy license, and also let's see others. And for the deck, maybe go back to my presentation file. I can show what we can build if not this kind of deck. Yeah, for the deck, I showed a the light line, blue line. For this one, we can build this is 2.5 meter projection, but this one will meet the zoning. But this deck it's worse for the neighbor's privacy. So we do think about the deck right now. It's it's better. And then for the stair, actually we do have a walkout on the basement. So most of the time, the owner will go out from the walkout from the basement part, and the above the ground floor deck is for sometimes to go outside to have a seat, and the stair is just for access in some case. Other things, let's say, other thing for the rear yard setback. Yeah, for the side yard setback. Side yard setback, what they mentioned is right now it's 2.4 meters. 1.8 meter only for the second floor, and only for the pinch point. And can you go down to next page for the west side elevation? Yeah, the next page. Yeah, this is the west side elevation, and then when we design the house, we carefully consider the neighbor's privacy. We only have 2 small windows on the second floor, and one is for the laundry room, one is bathroom. And for the ground floor, which complied with the zoning, we also have only 2 small windows. One is for mudroom, one is for powder room. So we do think about the neighbor's privacy, not have big windows, not have the living room, dining room, not have the windows facing the west to see the neighbors. Did I answer our question?
I think so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, if there are no other speakers from staff, prepared to take this into committee for decision. Okay, let's take this into committee. Ms. Caston.
Happy to start the conversation. I think this application is reasonable. I know some of my colleagues may have concerns with the 3-car garage and the amount of paving and the entrance to the building, but this is a 21, almost 22 meter wide lot. We're not talking like the previous application, 25 feet. And the driveway, the proposed driveway at its widest point is about a third of the lot. And I just don't think, and I think the way it's designed is considerate of the neighborhood. It's not, a giant 3-car opening. It's, it's been done as 2 + 1. You see that in lots of areas in newer subdivisions, and I really don't have a problem with it. I think the rest of the variances are reasonable. I would tie it to the site plan to ensure that the side yards, some of them, as the applicant mentioned, are pinch points. So just to ensure that it meets those, and I'm talking about the October 3rd the October 3rd site plan that was received, because that also reflects transportation's concerns with the 6-meter curb cut. So I don't have a problem. I'm happy to move a motion for approval, but I will let my colleagues espouse.
Well, let's get that done. We got a motion on the floor. Let's see where it goes. Do I have a second for the motion? Yes, Mr. Kaboo, all in favor? All right, saved us some time. Opposed? Mr. Allison. Okay. Do we have a condition in there? Forestry
condition number 3, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we're gonna...
Yes, okay, sorry, I didn't start as a motion, I started as just discussion, so.
All right.
Just to clarify, the application as amended, so variance 2 is 3.1 meters. I think that was it, right? And then subject to forestry condition number 3, did we decide on the privacy? I think the applicant is showing a privacy screen.
It's shown on the site plan, but it might be worth to include or note it.
Okay.
Just given the...
Subject to a privacy screen, minimum 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
On the west, I would call it the west side. I think the neighbor called it the north, so. West side of the deck from the floor of the deck. And tied to substantially in accordance with the site plan received October 3rd. Is that okay?
Okay. And we got forestry. All right.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion to just be an amendment to the motion, or we just put it forward as a new motion. Yeah. Amended. Okay. Mr. Bartolo seconds that. All in favor? Those opposed, Mr. Allison. The motion carries. The application is approved. All right, just going to check in with everybody, staff. We just started our 4 p.m. session. We're just under an hour and a half late. We've got 4 items.
We got 3, Mr.
Sorry.
We got 5 items?
5 items, yes.
And 4 deferrals out of it.
Okay, so should we just, can we keep going maybe?
It's up to you.
5 minute, okay, 5 minute relief break. We will resume in 5 minutes.
And then we'll start with the deferrals.
And we'll start with the deferrals. Okay, thank you. Does he have 4? Yeah, 4. Oh, there's a question mark beside 1.
Yeah, the disc is, yeah, that's 72. And she sold 7. Then it was 72. Yeah. Oh, did, okay, did 72. So that was 72.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are just starting our 4 p.m. agenda. We only have 5 items, fortunately, and a number of deferrals, so I will try my best to move us as quickly as possible through this. So we're going to start with the deferrals, starting with item number 23, 33 FARMCOTE Road. This is an application to construct a 1-story addition to the rear of the existing building, with variances for lot coverage, building length, and rear yard setback. On file, we have material from the applicant, email correspondence with planning, a letter from the TRCA, a memo from Urban Forestry, as well as a letter of support from 35 FARMCOTE Road, and a late report from Community Planning requesting deferral or otherwise refusal. Can we get the agent with us? Do we have the agent, Mr. Wu? Okay, Mr. Wu, not with us. Hello? All right, let's stand down this item, staff. Let's try to get a hold of Mr. Wu.
Mr. Wu, if you can hear us, can you please log out and log back in again with the phone number that you have provided? And please don't try and mute and unmute yourself. We'll do it from our end. We'll move on to the next deferral and we'll circle back.
All right, our next item up for deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's number 25, 80
you.
Gwendolen.
80 Gwendolyn Crescent, this is an application to construct a 2-story rear addition and a 1-story second-floor side addition. We've got a number of variances, including lot coverage, rear balcony area, setback from a stable top of slope, and a southeast side yard setback. On file, I've got material from the applicant, a letter from TRCA, a memo from Urban Forestry, a letter of concern from 78, 82, and 84 Gwendolyn Crescent. And a late staff report from Community Planning requesting modifications. Do we have the agent with us?
We have unmuted Matthew.
Mr. Chong? Hello? Hello? Can you hear us?
Hello? I can't seem to hear anything.
Oh, we can
From
hear
the
you.
speaker.
Can you hear us?
Can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything. Okay.
We're just going to check the room microphone for a
That
sec.
may be the issue. Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Wonderful, there we go. Your name and address, please.
Matthew Chong for 80 Gwendolyn Crescent.
Fantastic. All right. Have you had time to take a look at the staff report from Community Planning?
We can put up that late staff report.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I was actually going to defer this one as we just got a new zoning notice that was sent out that did not, it missed a couple of zoning variances. And so I had discussions with Jenny Cotis from the Community Adjustment Technician office, who said that essentially we have to defer because the basically the zoning notice was incorrect.
Okay, very good. Yes, they are correct. We would have to recirculate the notice, and that is a very reasonable reason for deferral. So if that is your request, I will, we'll try to move through it and get everybody on their way. I believe there.
What I had.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. This is new. The planning report is new to me because it's.
Yes.
I haven't seen this yet.
Yes, I do realize that there is a number of late staff reports that came in from community planning. Should the deferral be granted, the request, not only would you be able to recirculate and add in those missing variances, but it may also provide an opportunity for you to have some communication with community planning.
Yeah, and now that I'm seeing these late ones come in, because I did have discussions with planning about this and provided them with photographs of the neighboring property with decks that were much larger, in fact, triple the size of what we're asking for. So I will take this back to planning.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to our next speaker.
Excuse me, I've been waiting 2 hours. I'm from 78 Gwendolyn, and I'd like to speak, please.
Well, you are next. So if you'd like, you can come on down to the podium. So there is a request for deferral of the application.
That's fine. I'd like you to hear this first.
All right, but only thing is I'd like you to speak specifically to the deferral request. I can't get into the merits of the application because we're not going to hear that today. We're just getting into so whether you support the request for deferral or you do not.
I do not support it.
So you would like them to proceed today and us to issue a decision.
I'll tell you why.
This
is already a 4,000 square foot house.
Okay.
And it's not like we're talking about a garden suite here for another family. This is a house that has a compromised lot. This is a lot. This is our lot,
right.
78, and here is 80.
Mr. Chair, you need to establish order at this point.
Yeah.
We cannot show material here at the hearing. We need the speaker's name. And again, you need to reiterate, we're only listening to the merits of the deferral at this point.
Right.
Evidence at this point isn't going to be considered by committee if they choose to defer this item.
Yeah, I might also note, so let's just start by getting your name and address for the record.
Sure. Joanne Archibald, 78 Gwendolyn. I'm the lot to the south.
Okay.
If you can see that big lot there.
We're very aware. We're very well aware of the.
Yeah, and you've got 80, which is looking right directly into our yard.
Okay.
There are no privacy fences, and there is actually only a 0.6, 24-inch setback.
Okay. We're not going to get into the merits because I'm not going to make a decision on this today, but I can guarantee you will have your day. And I might suggest that if this deferral request is granted and there is a new hearing date, the evidence which you've brought today, if you can submit that to staff in advance, we can all look at that together and we could admit that as evidence to the hearing.
It's actually the same as that drawing.
Okay.
But it's just highlighting you've got a hypotenuse there that is looking right directly into our yard.
Fair enough. But I'm not making a decision on that today. I'm just making a decision on the deferral. That's the only thing before me right now.
So what does a deferral mean?
So deferral would essentially mean that the public notice is recirculated to everybody in the neighborhood. They'll put the sign back up and they'll schedule another day for everybody to come back and meet. Now, I will ask, as we do with our deferral request, in this case, they're requesting a deferral because they've missed some variances, and that is their right. If they don't have, if the public notice is not correct, they need to recirculate that so that you, the neighbor, can have a full, complete understanding of what they're actually proposing. They can't add variances today on the floor for me to approve. It's not fair to you as a neighbor because they haven't circulated that to everybody. And you need time as a neighbor also to consider what those variances are. So I will just put that out there.
Okay, well, one thing, like I heard from the other applications that were put forward, I'm not sure if there was a previous permit, but they are 24 inches from the property line.
All things that we can discuss when we hear the merits of the application. I guarantee you, and you might even have me as a chair. So I will just ask, we're going to deal just with the motion today for a deferral request. I do want to hear everybody. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak. I'm going to go back to the agent, and then I'm going to ask my committee whether or not they support the deferral request. But from what I hear, based on the fact that they've missed some variances, I think it's not just fair to the applicant, but it's especially important for the neighbors to ensure that you're getting the right public notice. All right?
Okay.
All right. Do we? Well, you can speak. May I ask, you got to come down and you got to give us your name and address for the record if you're going to speak. Are you Brenda?
Yes, I'm Brenda.
We're prepared. We know who's coming today. And Brenda, your address.
84 Gwendolen Crescent.
And your last name is Crenshaw?
Crawshaw, yes.
My apologies for the mispronunciation.
Okay.
Okay. And if you have anything to add specifically to the deferral request, now would be the time to address it.
Well, I just want to say I showed up and I'm with alignment with my neighbour Joanne. So I just want to say that I'm here and I oppose it.
Okay. And that's important. We're really glad. You know what? And it's nice to see people come down in person as well, I might say.
Yes.
So.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to the agent right now. I don't think there's anything that the agent needs to add. It looks like we're able to take this matter into committee, but I will put it out there. If the agent wants to speak to any matters that were raised, I don't think there's anything with respect to the request, but now would be their time.
Yeah, I would like to defer this application, given that zoning missed a couple of variances. We do want to get the correct notice out to the public. I have been speaking with both planning and the Committee of Adjustment technician, who have told me basically to defer because of the zoning variance issues, and I think it's the correct one. I don't want the wrong information out there and to be arguing for something that the committee hasn't also seen from a variance point of view. You can't possibly make a ruling that would be in good conscience because you have the wrong information.
Fair enough. Okay, I might also add that you do have two neighbors that are in opposition, and should the
Actually,
request
3.
for deferral be granted, I might suggest that you take an opportunity to at least try to communicate with the neighbors and see if you guys can reach any resolution in advance to the hearing, because they are here in opposition and it does seem like they have some concerns. Is that something you or your client might be willing to do?
Yeah, so with, again, the amended zoning notice that we put out, I always welcome having discussions with neighbors so they can fully understand what the actual project is. I understand with the lady who is currently at the podium, and I believe she is at 78, her issue with the privacy into her yard, our deck is actually on the north side.
Hold on. We're not going to get into the merits of the application. The only question I asked to clarify is whether or not you intend to open a line of communication with the neighbor should a deferral request be granted.
And yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's take this matter into committee for a decision then. Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to put forward a motion for deferral sine die to allow the applicant to receive the updated zoning notice and circulate it appropriately.
Okay. Might I also add a friendly amendment to provide the agent an opportunity should they wish to communicate with the neighbor? Okay. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor, second by Mr. Kubo. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion carries. The application is deferred. I do hope you have an opportunity to have some further discussion with the neighbor, but we will see you back here and you will have your chance to speak.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, through you, why don't we go back to item number 23? Hopefully, Mr. Wu is able to hear us.
Okay, item number 23.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello? Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
I can hear you.
We've got a little bit of feedback.
We've got a little bit of feedback. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll try to
You've got
speak
two
maybe
devices
slower.
on?
Two devices on? No, I don't. I don't know why there's that feedback. Well, good
Somebody
afternoon,
else's
Mr.
mic
Chairman
on?
and members. Somebody else's mic on?
So, Mr. Chair,
Okay, maybe I'll turn on
there may
mine.
be a phone or a computer on in the background, which is picking up
Is that
the.
better?
Hello?
Hi, is that better?
You got it. All right. Let's proceed.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
I guess I had my confusion. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Peter Wu, and I guess I am the agent for my parents. I live at 1 Concord Place, Unit 2407. I am requesting a deferral as per request of the City Planning Department, since they would like to consult with other departments. We made some minor changes to the drawing as the request of the OT, who felt the size of the unit of our addition was a bit too small for the PSW and the wheelchair and some of the equipment. And so I like to propose deferral. Is that what the proper procedure is?
Okay, and the deferral specifically, I presume, is to continue discussions with community planning, is what I hear?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. I don't see any other speakers. Is there anybody in the room to speak to this item? No? Okay, if that's the case, let's take this into committee for decision.
Yeah,
Mr. Frizzelli?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I'd like to forward a motion to defer this application to give the opportunity to the applicant to address the community planning concerns.
Okay, seconded. Yep, thank you, Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? That is unanimous. The item is deferred.
Thank you very much, sir, and have a beautiful afternoon.
You as well. All right, any other deferrals?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, our last formal deferral is item number 26, 1408, Bayview Avenue.
All right, item number 26, 1408 Bayview Avenue. The purpose of the application is to facilitate the development of an already approved 8-story mixed-use building, which seeks to allow a reduction in the amount of visitor parking spaces, as well as a reduction in the required width of bicycle parking spaces, and to permit an increase in the number of obstructed / small car spaces. There are some variances noted, which I just noted in the purpose of the application. On file, we've got material from the applicant, a late report from transportation requesting deferral to fix some issues that they brought up, and a letter of concern from 719 Beloyal Street. Do we have the agent with us?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
My name is Ryan Doherty. I'm a planner with Bousfield's agent to the application. My address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in Toronto.
Okay, and you're requesting a deferral?
Yes, that's correct. We filed the application at the end of the summer to seek a couple of variances to reduce visitor parking, as well as permit some obstructions to required parking and bicycle parking spaces. We received the comment memo from Transportation Services, who had asked that some additional information be provided. We've provided some of that, including the pavement marking and signage plan, the bicycle parking specs, but we need some additional time to provide the survey information that they had requested. We're confident that we can have this resolved in a matter of weeks, maybe even 2 weeks. So we're requesting a deferral to satisfy those concerns from staff and hopefully be back at the committee at the next available hearing.
Okay, is there anybody here in the gallery to speak to this item? And I see there's nobody online. Okay, let's take this into committee for a decision.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to defer this application that gives the applicant opportunity to address the, I believe, some of the concerns that he's mentioned. and gives the opportunity for more time to figure these things out.
All right, do I have a seconder to the motion? Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The deferral request is approved.
Thank you.
Okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will proceed with the first item at the 4 o'clock now after the deferrals. It's item number 24, 75 Castlefield.
okay, item number 24 is 75 Castlefield Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a front porch, a rear deck, and a rear basement walkout. Also proposed is a swimming pool in the rear yard. To facilitate this, we would require variances for building height, west side yard setback, side main wall height, building depth, FSI, front porch, and canopy encroachment into a setback, and building length. On file, I've got materials from the applicant, 10 form letters of support, a letter of opposition from 71 and 89 Castlefield Avenue. We have our agent with us.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff. I'm an agent for the owner.
And your address, Mr. Rubinoff?
My address is 2 St. Clair Avenue West, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. I just want to confirm with staff, we do have one more speaker on this item, and they're with us. Ms. Martin? Yes, okay. So, Mr. Rubinoff, I'm going to ask for a brief presentation from you. We're going to get the clock up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I won't be probably taking my whole time. I just wanted to briefly go over it. This is an application for a new home at 75 Castlefield Avenue. We have worked with city planning. We have worked with forestry department, and we have basically worked through the variances. We provided a map of the area to illustrate some comparables on the street and in the area for some of the variances we're proposing. The application went before planning. Planning simply sent us an email. I'll just read to you very briefly from Adam Nanji. We do not have any issues with this application, therefore we will not be writing a report. So just wanted to have that read out to you. They may have forwarded that to your file, but if they didn't, that was from community planning. We also, forestry asked us to make an adjustment to our driveway to shift it over slightly to protect the tree adjacent to it, and we did that. So forestry was satisfied with that adjustment we made as well. The variances before you are fairly, I would say fairly typical for redevelopment in the area. The only, you know, we have overall height, we're up a little bit up beyond what's permitted. We have it's a lot which is it's a 30-foot lot, so we have been in discussions with the next door neighbor with regards to setbacks at 73, and we've proposed a 3-foot side yard on that side and a 2-foot side yard on the side adjacent to 77. The density variance that you see there, 1.07 times, includes a basement. So the actual main and second floor density is actually 74.4% above ground. So just to clarify that we're not, that our density above ground is comparable. In fact, it's probably not as big as some of the other ones in the area. Our building length, there's 2 variances for building length. One is for 18.29 meters where 17 meters is permitted. And there's another exception in the bylaw on the street for 14 meters. And we're asking for, again, 18.29. Again, it's something that is, there's comparable and even longer homes that have been redeveloped in this neighborhood. There's a variance related to the roof canopy. That's for a small covering over the front entrance. It has a big paragraph, variance number 7, but it's really just about a small canopy. So it's not, it's just one of those small items that didn't fall within the requirements. Anyways, I'll leave it there because I understand there's another speaker, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Any questions at this time? All right, no questions. Let's get our next speaker. Nobody here to speak to this item? No. Okay, do we have Miss Martin?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. Your address, please?
89 Castlefield Avenue.
Okay, and the clock is up. The floor is yours.
Excellent. We strongly object to the application. My husband and I have lived in the house since 1988. And by way of background, the committee should know that since the mid-1990s, we and our neighbors on the block have rallied to preserve the neighborhood streetscape on Castlefield Avenue. For example, back then, we were successful at the OMB in making significant modifications on our block to a half dozen properties that were being redeveloped. In fact, our actions on our block were the catalyst for city planning studying the issue of preserving neighborhood streetscapes and parking solutions for low density neighborhoods that ultimately resulted in the prohibition of basement garages across the city through the general zoning bylaw. This proposal specifically, we take issue with the proposed house form being out of scale with the existing older houses and the newer infill housing. The predominant feature at eye level is the integral garage as opposed to a front entrance or living room window relating to grade level, which is both typical and desirable. And I should note that the proposed driveway is associated with the integral garage. It abuts the existing mutual driveway that provides parking at the rear of the properties. The proposal describes as having a front porch, which is misleading because there is no porch. There's an additional curb cut, which means a street parking spot is eliminated, and that's not acceptable. We lose a street tree, soft landscaping is replaced by hard landscaping. And the last 3 points is it's my understanding that the applicant is intending on constructing a front yard parking space pad at 73 Castlefield Avenue. Note that the site plan prepared by Rubinoff Design Group does not indicate a parking pad. This will have a very negative effect on the large street tree at 73 Castlefield Avenue. Furthermore, the site plan in the arborist report indicates no such tree protection. I'd also like to point out to the committee that the house at 73 Castlefield that shares the mutual driveway leading to the parking at the back is not owner occupied. It's in complete disrepair and operates as short-term rental. So there's no pressing need for a parking pad. Airbnb visitors do not need a parking pad when public transit at Yonge and Eglinton is readily available. In fact, a parking pad at 73 Castlefield Avenue has the potential to be an interim staging area for construction materials at 75 Castlefield Avenue, thereby stressing further the mature street tree located at 73 Castlefield. Lastly, I want to bring to the attention of the committee that the applicant here has a track record on our block of not adhering to tree protection measures, as was the case when the applicant redeveloped at 37 Castlefield Avenue. I would refer you to city files from urban forestry. Our street deserves better. The variances are not minor. The proposal is not desirable or appropriate. However, the committee will make their decision. And I would strongly urge that two conditions be attached in order to avoid anticipated conflicts with the applicant in the future. One, a front yard parking pad be strictly prohibited at 73 Castlefield Avenue. And two, a tree protection barrier be erected to City of Toronto Parks, Forestry, and Recreation specifications surrounding the street tree located at 73 Castlefield Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Through Mr. Chair, can you just clarify what you mean by a parking pad on 73 Castlefield? Because that's not the subject of this application.
Same question.
Sorry, is that a question directed to me?
Yes.
So Curtis Odette, who lives two properties over, who might be a speaker, but he was approached by the applicant and he was told that that was the case, that a parking pad was going to be provided at 73 Castlefield Avenue. His wife is terminally ill, so I mean, it was questionable whether or not he would be able to join the meeting today.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? All right, staff, do we have any other speakers online to speak to this item? If not, I'd like to take it back to the applicant, Mr. Rubinoff, to hear his response.
Hello, thank you very much. There were a few comments made which I'd like to address. With regards to 73 Castlefield, there is no application regarding 73 Castlefield being dealt with today. So with regards to hearsay, that's what it is. We're here for 75 Castlefield today. With regards to my track record, I can't speak to that as a builder because I'm not. I'm simply a designer who designs plans. It goes through committee and permits. So as far as any issues related to trees or forestry, again, it's something that I do not see the relevance here with regards to that. With regards to streetscapes, these houses are lined up with adjacent houses on the street. It's not set back, it's not set in front. It has a garage, much like some homes on the street do. It's you know, the concerns related to forestry. We've made adjustments. We've spoken with forestry. We adjusted the driveway for 75 to keep a clearance around that tree adjacent to it. So they've accepted that. So I can't really speak to any other issues related to forestry. I can simply state that that this application is a reasonable redevelopment of the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
I have
Yes.
a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What are the ceiling heights of the main and second floor?
Thank you very much. So on the elevations, it lists it as floor-to-floor heights. So we typically include the floor system when we have there on our plans. So the main floor ceiling height is 10 feet, and the second floor ceiling height is also 10 feet.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take this into committee now for decision. Any comment?
I will start. I will just mention that I have an issue with the side main wall height.
So do I, yeah.
I just don't see the justification for it. Relative to the context of where it's going into an existing neighborhood with existing houses on either side that probably won't be redeveloped for some time, could be, but, you know, I don't think it's very sensitive to the context. I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, I agree. I think part of the issue is that it's being asked for in combination with the length and depth. And I do take the agent's submission that there are other properties in the area that have been afforded similar lengths and depth. But if you look at the immediate adjacency to the neighbor on both sides, combined with the height and the fact that the side main walls they don't step in, they don't step down, it is the impact. My concern is the impact on both neighbors on both sides is a little bit much. Yeah. You typically, you're looking at an extra meter, maybe meter and a half, where the building depth extends beyond, and in this case, it's a lot more than that. So, I have a little bit of concern with that. I mean, the height. To your question about the height, they're at 10.2 meters. I think they can come into play with the bylaw here. Like a 10-foot ceiling on a second floor is a lot. We typically have 9 max, I think. So kind of dropping that or getting rid of that variance, I think, will help make some of the other variances more palatable. So that's variance number 1. I think it comes up again in variance number 3. But I think even with that 0.3 meter reduction, or say 0.2 meter reduction in the case of variance number 3, well, it's 7.5, so I could see where they would require something there on variance number 3. But I even still with that, I'm a little concerned with like allowing an extra 1.29 meter depth on this, given the immediate adjacencies. It's a lot. It's going to be quite a large wall next to the neighbor. So that's my thoughts.
I'll just add, I'm not sure building length, 4.29 meters over it's a lot.
Yeah, I think if the depth came into play, like a cap it at 17 meters, I think I'd be willing to allow a length of 17 meters. I think in this case, a bylaw, some of the properties kind of get capped at this 14 meter mark.
Yeah.
Depending on it is challenging at 14. And I do want to be sympathetic to the agent's submission that there are newer properties that have been afforded much larger building depths. We have to think, too, with the long-term growth of the area and what we would expect other applications to come in at. But I think the immediate context is also of consideration. Maybe they shouldn't be afforded as much just because of the immediate adjacency. To the side main wall difference at 7.5 all the way to the 10 really is a result of the fact that the walls just go up. In a lot of cases, you get that flare on the side, but I don't know how much that helps. You get a bit of a mansard roof, but then you're going to get an eave and a flare closer to the neighbor. So I think there's some leniency with respect to that, but I don't know that like the overall, I mean, I to your submission, like this is a pretty established neighborhood. There's a lot of character homes that are still in the area that I think need to be recognized so that we don't just expect everything to be torn down and rebuilt.
And rebuilt to excess, I think.
Rebuilt with variances, yeah, because some people may want to rebuild within the bylaw too. So it becomes, you're right, to your point, it does conflict with the bylaw a little bit in terms of the official plan, because you're going to get as of rights that don't really fit with the ones that were approved at committee or otherwise. You could reduce the, it's up to you. Well, I mean, look, I think reasonable, you know, I think over 10 meters is a lot for the street. I don't think, number one, I wouldn't support. Number two, I think is reasonable. Number three, I think there needs to be some leniency there. I understand it's just, you know, again, 10.10 is a lot. I'd like to see some reduction in that. I'm not sold on the depth at 18.29 just because of the immediate adjacency, though I do recognize there are other examples in the area. FSI, I'm generally okay with it a one FSI, although that recognize that will probably adjust. Porch encroachment I'm fine with, 7 porch canopy I'm fine with, and the building length I'd be willing to recognize that at 17 meters to come in line with the as of right building depth. I don't know if that helps.
So would you, I mean, without redesigning but designing, 9 for side main?
For the side main wall, 9 meters. It's a, look.
Or less.
Yeah, I mean, they can still add a meter on for height, but it's going to change the nature of the design. I don't know that the flare is really going to do much. Like, it's still you still have the height, so I'd be willing to be a little more lenient on the side main wall. But
through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we can solve this as way of what we do. So I forward a motion basically, and then we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
If not, then, you know.
Fair enough.
I think, you know, I think it's, we had a discussion, I've heard my colleagues, and I appreciate that it is something that usually when it gets to the point where the numbers have to be changed, my consideration is that it could change stuff or the numbers in a way that may create some more complication down the road. Maybe yes or not. So for that reason, I think I forward a motion to refuse this application. I do not think it would meet the 4 test. There are variances that if I take to the consideration of all of them together, the variances that we were talking about, it in my opinion won't meet the 4 test. So that's my motion. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to second that motion. When I look into the variances, they don't seem to meet the 4 tests. So I will second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, opposed, Mr. Allison. The motion carries. The application is refused. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the last item of the day.
Thank you.
Item number 27, 23 Hoyle Avenue. This is an application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with an integral basement and garage. Also proposed is a front porch, a rear balcony, a rear deck, and a rear basement walkout. We've got a number of variances with this application for main pedestrian entrance height, side exterior main wall height, FSI, eave projection, front yard landscaping, vehicular entrance through a front main wall, platform area, and other variances related to side yard setbacks of a platform. All right. On file, I've got materials from the applicant, an email from Metrolinx, a memo from Urban Forestry, letter of concern from number 11 Maytree Road, as well as letters of concern from number 5, 18, 21, 25, 27, 29, 30, 41, 43, and 53 Hoyle Avenue, as well as a letter of objection from 693 Sudan Avenue and the South Eglinton Davisville Residents Association. We've also included a petition on the file. Okay, let's get the agent online.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee panel. My name is Nushin Mozaffari. I'm here on behalf of my client, owner of 23 Hoyle Avenue.
Welcome. Okay, let's get the clock up. We're going to give you 5 minutes to present. There are a number of speakers on this item.
Mr. Chair, I should make some improvements to the application before I
Of course, yes,
my
thank you.
presentation.
Okay, let's pull up the public notice and take us through the variances by number and let us know what you'd like to change.
Sure. Variance number 1 for the first floor height is removed.
Okay.
Variance number 3 for the FSI is removed.
Okay.
Variance number 5, the front yard landscaping area is improved to 48%.
48%?
Yes.
Okay, that's number 4. 5, sorry.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Variance number 7, the area of the rear deck considered as balcony is decreased to 27.2 square meter.
Okay.
Variance number 8, the setback of the deck on the north side is improved to 0.91 meter. Number 9, the setback of the deck on the south side is improved to 1.05 meter.
Okay, that's number 9, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And the rest remains the same.
Okay, very good. Let's get the clock up and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Actually, despite the number of objection letters and the feedback that we received from the neighborhood, this is a very straightforward application. We also have improved some of the variances. Basically, what we are proposing is a building that complies with all setbacks. 3 of these variances are for the area and side setback of the rear deck, and 1 is for the entrance of vehicular entrance through the main wall. As you see, we have improved the landscaping area at the front yard, not only to make sure that we can keep the big tree in the front yard, but also to increase the soft landscaping. And for the wall height, if you look at the side elevations, the wall height, the proposed wall height at the front portion of the building, which is visible from the street, is 7.82 meter. And this proposed height is for the rear portion, which is not visible from the streetscape. And on one side that we have limited side setback, we are asking for the setback of the eaves to the property line. The eaves projection is in compliance with the bylaw. Only its setback measured from the gutter is a variance, and the last variance is for the setback of the balcony on the second floor, which is basically like a Juliet balcony because the depth of the balcony is like 2.5 feet. So the last variance is for that portion. I believe this is a very straightforward application. We already have submitted our application to the forestry, and forestry is okay with our proposal. The planning is also supporting the proposal, and comparing with the other approved cases in the neighborhood, we are completely aligned with other developments in the area. As you see on the site plan, more than the building itself, there is a rear setback, and the proposal, except the wall height at the rear portion, is basically within the allowed building envelope. I would be happy to answer any questions, and that's it.
Question regarding variance number 3, which you've removed. How did you get the FSI down so much? Did the basement now not count towards the FSI? Is that what happened?
Yes, because we had a secondary suite in the basement, and we changed that to a duplex unit, and automatically the FSI is not even a limitation with this proposal. So and also the GFA of the main house itself is 69%, but anyway, the FSI is not a variance anymore.
Okay, can I just ask, I think I overheard you mention that you've changed this to a duplex?
Yes.
Okay, my concern here is that the purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with integral garage. It doesn't note anything about a duplex. I thought this is being proposed as a single-family house.
Yes, originally that was the application, but in back and forth with the planning and the zoning examiner and my client itself, because as I said, we were proposing already a secondary suite in the basement because my client is living with their parents. And we already had a secondary suite in the basement, so we changed the title to duplex, and we have submitted the revised drawings along with a cover letter to committee like 10 days ago. All the documents were uploaded on the city's website, and also a new zoning notice was received. An updated notice for this duplex application was received, which is already uploaded on the AIC, and basically the subsections of the bylaw that is applicable to the proposal are the same. Only the title is changed, and nothing else is revised.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm going to voice my concern with regard to the change of building type to duplex. From administratively, the application form should now be revised to reflect its proposed building use or form. And also, I'm not aware of a revised public notice that went out that would inform the public that it has now changed from a single-family dwelling to a duplex. The only public notice that went out is the one that is before you, which has indicated its proposed use as a single-family home.
Yes, I share in that concern. I'm going to ask as well, these revised plans, when were they submitted?
10 days ago on September 30th, and also the revised zoning notice is submitted. And if you compare the subsections of the applicable bylaws, they are exactly the same. Also, the planner mentions the same thing in her report, because she's also aware of this, and this is in line with the densification policy of the City of Toronto, and nothing else is changed. And basically, we also have other cases that were approved in the committee. We were involved later on, and even the examiners, as long as the same subsection of the bylaw is applicable, they don't have any issue with the just title of the application.
So, Mr.
Basically,
Chair.
If we go and come back with the same proposal, the variances in front of you would be exactly the same.
Right, but the issue that was brought up was concerning the purpose of the application. It doesn't note that what's being proposed here is indeed a duplex. I am going to ask staff, do we have a date when the public hearing notice was sent out or circulated?
It would have been sent out in line with all other public notices, approximately 22 days in advance. So
Right.
what the public sees is the public notice before you that indicates it is a single-family dwelling. And I will reiterate that my concern isn't with the variance type or the duplex building form. My concern as Deputy Secretary Treasurer is possible improper notice given to the public, which does not state this to be a duplex.
Yes, I share in that concern. Especially if the public hearing notice is sent out 22 days or 3 weeks before the hearing, I don't think it's good form to update the drawings 10 days before. There's no notification that goes out to the public when things get added to the public file. And if somebody was reading the public hearing notice, perhaps they're, as a single family dwelling, they may not have any concern. They would not be aware of what you're proposing here today. I'm going to, Mr. Fazeli, did you?
Yes,
have-
through you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Hold on. Mr. Fazeli has a comment.
Yes, I think in such situation that I would say it is important to have the proper notice, and the purpose of the application, it is out of the a procedural fairness. So in my opinion, if we are facing such a situation like this one, I think I'm thinking about deferring this application, that it gives the opportunity for the public to receive the proper notice and the correct information.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Through you, we do have speakers in the chamber. I don't know if before you make a decision, if you wish to hear from the speakers, I'll leave that in your hands.
I'd like to hear from the people that come down today, but I'm gonna only ask you to, at this time, speak to a request for deferral. You've heard that we've raised some concerns with respect to procedural process here, and I want to give you the opportunity to speak if you either share in those concerns or if you support or don't support a deferral. That might be helpful. So if you like, you can come down to the mic, state your name and address for us, and then provide a comment. And then once I've heard from the people that have shown up to speak today, I will go back to the agent for an opportunity to rebut before we make a decision on that matter.
Hello, my name's Al Keevy. I live at 427 Belsize Drive. I'm a frequent visitor to HOYLE. I've assisted residents on 2 other applications on HOYLE. This is quite an unusual application. I would support the deferral. It clearly, I'm surprised at it. I discovered it on Friday. I saw the word duplex for the first time. Regardless of when it was nominally filed with the city, regardless of what the zoning examiner agreed to, regardless of what the planning planner did, there was no public notice on that. So absolutely deferral. I would argue that this is not indeed a duplex, and that's
We'll
a
get
merit.
to the merits on
That's
another
a
day.
merit,
Yeah.
that deserves a deferral because we have to explore the merits of that with more rigor for sure.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Any questions? Okay, none. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. So I live at 25 HOYLE, next door to, on the north side of 23 HOYLE.
Your name and address?
My name is Dr. Lauren Torben. I'm a family doctor, been living there for 32 years. I definitely support the deferral. I also would ask, if possible, for the architect to get together with us and have consultations so that we can see if we can come to some agreeable decisions about this property.
Has there been any consultation
None,
or
none
reached to
at
date?
all.
Okay.
None at all. It's
Okay. Very good. And you are the immediate neighbor, I might add.
right next door, north side.
Okay, very good. Hello.
Hi, my name is Athanasia Palace, and I'm the owner and occupant of 21 Hoyle Avenue, which is the adjacent property to the south.
So the other neighbor.
The other neighbor, yes. And I do support that this item is deferred because of the aforementioned change of plans, which was just this past Friday. It was a real challenge to go over the plans, understand what it meant for us, get expert advice, and present, my position for today's meeting in such a short time frame. On top of that, the neighborhood has this change, the massive change of designating the building as a duplex as opposed to a single family unit has not in any way been expressed to the neighborhood. In fact, 2 hours ago, I took a photograph of the house where there is notices in front of the house which clearly state that it's going to be a single family dwelling.
Okay, very good.
And the deferral will give the owner and or architect time, hopefully, the opportunity to communicate with the residents and align their plans with some of our concerns.
Okay.
Because there's been none of that.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, staff, we have some speakers online. Okay, let's get through them. And just a reminder, please state your name and address, and specifically whether or not you support or do not support a motion
Heather
for
Broughton.
deferral. Hello?
Hello, my name's Heather Broughton. I'm 11 Hoyle Avenue. I support deferral. I'm on the same side of the street and agree that I never heard about the duplex suggestion until a couple of days ago. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Any questions? None? All right.
Mr. Chair, we've unmuted Terry Mills.
Mr. Mills?
Okay, I apologize. I was having trouble with my button. My name is Terry Mills. I'm a planner, and I live at 101 Roehampton Avenue. And I've been retained by Susan Jacobson, who resides at 30 Hoyle Avenue, which is immediately across the street. And her concerns are with this project and also, what it would mean if this gets replicated on the street. I got brought in fairly late. I apologize for my filing being late, but I was having to respond to what the staff report was. But again, I come down to deferral. The reason being that if it's a duplex and you fall under EHON, which takes you somewhat out of the R zoning, but at the same time, it should be kept in mind the definition of a duplex says in the zoning bylaw, a detached house that has a secondary suite is not a duplex. So I do think that this thing needs to be properly noted, circulated to the neighborhood. Hopefully we can have some discussions with the applicant and look for coming to some good solution.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? None. Okay.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Rob King. I'm at 29 Hoyle, which is a few buildings north of the proposed development. Me and my wife have lived here since 2007, 17 years, and we support the deferral as well, given the substantial changes in the short notice as far as being able to consider them. I also recommend, as did Lauren, that, especially Lauren, get together with the developer, to at least speak to see whether any of these things can get resolved.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? None? All right. That's it.
That's all we have for speakers online, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, we've heard everybody here with us today. We've heard everybody online. I would like to take this back to the agent. It seems like there is some pretty substantial concern with respect to the change of purpose, and it looks like we might be heading towards a deferral request, but I just wanted to provide you an opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To be honest, it's very disappointing for my clients if their application is deferred, because we really try to keep this hearing, because with being heard on the next available session, they probably will lose the whole construction season. The only thing that I want to mention is that having a duplex is not a variance, it's as of right, and the plans not only substantially, they're not even changed, only the title is changed, and all the documents and information were posted on the AIC 10 days ago, and the public were already aware of the requested variances, which are exactly the same, even improved. So we are not changing anything. We are not making the case more aggressive. And I really wanted this hearing to go through so my clients could catch with their plans for construction their home.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Kabu.
Mr. Chair, not a question, but a comment. As my colleague earlier said, the neighbors have the right, especially as we are not decisions of these committees are not always susceptible of appeal. So the neighbors have the right to be informed of the nature of the project to be conducted, and then they need to provide their input. And so far, we've heard the neighbors who are not completely opposed, but are willing to work with the applicant to make sure that they have the proposal goes on. So I will just repeat the submission made earlier by my colleague, that the applicant gets back to both the planning table and then get a meaningful conversations with the neighbors to make sure that when they come back here, we have a more, the neighbor are informed and contribute to the project, and then we can make a decision at that time.
Yeah, I might just ask very quickly, follow up to the agent. Have you or the owner reached out to either of the immediate neighbors or any of the neighbors on the street or in the neighborhood?
Not we didn't contact the neighbors, but we have posted our extra sign just beside the committee sign on the property with our contact info provided. So if anyone wanted to share their concerns with us, we try to at least provide the contact info, because we with the number of applications and projects we have, it's sometimes difficult that we try to contact the neighbors on our side.
Well, you know, at least the immediate neighbors, I think, might be a good start. If not yourself, then perhaps your clients might. Particularly if, you know, you're in a pinch in order to have your hearing, you got to make sure all your ducks in a row. I might also add that showing up to a hearing and changing over half the variances on the spot is not really fair to myself or other committee members or the public, because we have to process those changes on the spot. So this is something I think that frankly is just done a little too much, and I think we're sometimes a little bit too lenient with the number of changes that are coming through at the hearing after you know, neighbors have showed up and formulated their arguments. So I'll leave it there. If there's no other questions, I think that we can take this into committee now. All right, so let's go into committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I think, as I mentioned before, I think out of the procedural fairness, I like to defer this application, that the applicant can provide the proper notice. Also, I strongly encourage the applicant to have a conversation with neighbors in regards to this application.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to add, if they're going forward with a duplex, a new application form is also now required.
Yes.
Yes. This is, as Deputy Secretary Treasurer mentioned, so the deferral is requested as per my motion, and I think what Deputy Secretary Treasurer mentioned is something that the applicant has to do.
Yeah. Maybe we can get the modified variances on there as well, if they intend to modify. But I'll leave that to the agent. Okay, so we've got a motion. Do I have a second for the motion? Yes, Mr. Kaboo. All in favor? Opposed? All right, that's unanimous. The deferral is, the deferral motion is granted. We will see this item hopefully soon. That concludes our hearing. I'll just check with staff if there's any other items we need to tend to. No? Okay, the time is now 6:50. Can I just get a motion to conclude the hearing?
Motion to conclude the hearing, Mr. Chair.
All right, do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Vizzelli. All in favor? All right, unanimous. That concludes our hearing. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody.